All right, it is 5:30. I'd like to call this Mill Valley School District meeting to order. The time of the meeting is 5:30 and we're now convened. So Vice President Nakatani, would you please do our roll call?
Sure. President Cernsa-Chaj.
Present.
Trustee Katz. Here. Trustee Yu.
Here.
And Trustee Abdoli is
Forthcoming
forthcoming. Okay. I'm Trustee Nakatani, and I'm here.
All right. So now we will go to A2 public comment on the closed session agenda. And we see that we have no public comment at this time. So I will now,
Here's Ellie.
and Ellie's here, excellent. Now I will adjourn the meeting at 5:31 and we'll see you at 6.
It's fine. We can go. Yeah.
Yeah.
To begin, and so I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Mill Valley School District Board at 6:03 p.m. So before we begin, there's a section for your president to provide opening remarks. And for those of you who don't know me, I am Dr. Michelle Cernsa-Chaj, your president of the board. And I wanted to just thank you so much for coming this evening. You know that we, part of our charge is to listen to our constituents and get those amazing, wonderful ideas from your thoughts and have a process to bring that to our district. So we appreciate all your comments and taking the time to come here this evening and share them with us. Another thing I wanted to share with you is that really probably the most, well, I've been told, the most important job of a board is to hire a superintendent. And we are excited to be on that journey with you, and you have received communication so that you can provide input, including a survey that will be closing on, tomorrow. We'll be closing tomorrow. So please, 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 tonight, would you go home and take that survey? We really want that input. And as well, community, on Monday, you have not one but 2 options for providing more input in person with our search firm. So please take your calendars out if you haven't already put this down. Monday at 9 a.m. we have a Zoom, and it's on Parent Square. If you have any problems finding it, you can reach out to Anna Russell or even myself if you wish, because we really want you to participate. And then if you're like me and you want to do things in person, in this same room, Monday night, 5:30, here for a town hall style meeting with our search firm. So we look forward to seeing you. Lastly, I wanted to share with you that we will be meeting as a board on April 3rd. And this is a special meeting where we will be looking with our consultants at all applications, and then that night determining which applicants will come forward to the board for interviews, all right? So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. And now let's go ahead and get started with roll call. So would you please, Trustee Nakatani, begin?
President Cernsa-Chaj.
Present.
Trustee Abdoli.
Present.
Trustee Yu.
Present.
Trustee Katz.
Present.
And I'm Trustee Nakatani, and I'm here.
All right. We were in closed session, and so now we will be reporting out any action from closed session. I can share with you at the meeting, we made a motion to reject the claim before us, and the board needed to vote to reject this claim. And I can share with you that that board vote was 5-0 to reject the claim identified in the closed session. And it's item B1A if you'd like to refer to that. So next we need an approval of our agenda, and I'm asking now, board members, if you have any comments on the agenda before I ask for a motion to approve. Do we have any comments? All right, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, our agenda passes. Onward. So now we come to one of the most important parts of our meeting is to hear from our students. And as you can see, we have a presentation before us, and I'll turn this over to Superintendent Berman. Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone. We're so excited to be able to honor our Edna students today. Mr. McCord, our principal, would you please introduce our 3 students that you've brought?
Gladly. These are 3 fourth graders at Edna, where we've worked quite a bit over the last couple of years on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's their messages that'll be tonight. So the students that we have here in order of how they will present is Magnolia Muse, Dawn Sparks, and Umair Nana.
Okay, I have some questions for you. Magnolia, what are some things that you learned from sharing messages with the Edna community in the weekly Principals Parent Square messages during Black History Month?
I learned how fun it can be just to speak about Black History Month and showing my culture and stuff, and that was awesome. Woohoo!
And we enjoyed seeing it in one of our district newsletters as well. Thank you, Magnolia. Anything else?
Okay, I think I'm gonna read my thingy thing.
Okay, great.
Okay. Hi, I'm Magnolia Muse. I go to Edna and I'm a 4th grader in Miss Tran's class. For Black History Month, I got to write a paragraph every week about someone from Black history. I chose Biddy Mason, the Green Book, LeBron James, and John Carlos and Tommy Smith. I read my paragraphs on the loudspeaker every Friday to the whole school. I wanted to shine a light on Black history because we mostly learn about white people in school, but the world is more diverse than that. And if you check the actual factual stats, the world is more brown than white. I think it's important that the grown-ups teach their kids about Black history and different cultures. I felt proud to be able to talk about Black History Month. Thank you for letting me share. Goodbye, grown-ups.
Thank you, Magnolia. All right, Dawn, your class recently hosted a Special Olympics inclusion event at Edna. What did you learn by participating in that event?
I learned that even with a disability, that doesn't mean you can't do amazing things in life. Like, having a disability won't stop you from doing anything.
Great, thank you for sharing. Did you prepare something else for us as well?
Yes.
Great.
Hello, I am Dawn Sparks, a 4th grader in Miss Eschoff's class at Edna McGuire. I am here tonight to tell you about my participation during the Special Olympics at Edna McGuire. One of the reasons we hosted the Special Olympics is so we could have equality with the kids with disabilities. During the event, we had a trial of tournaments where everyone was a winner and we all got an award for participating. The trials were an obstacle course, passing and catching, soccer, and throwing beanbags at a target. Each student in my class was paired with a kid from the MCLE classroom. I learned I had a lot in common with my partner, Freddie. Just like me, he speaks English and Spanish, and he is really good at passing and throwing.
Great. Thank you, Dawn. All right. And Umair, you and your family shared the importance of Eid at Edna community event. What was your experience like, and how important is it to have your cultural heritage recognized and appreciated at your school?
I like to share my cultural heritage, and it was important so people could learn about my culture.
Great. Thank you. And did you prepare something for us as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Umair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about my experience at the Edna Eid community event. It was an honor for me to be able to share my culture with my classmates and friends. It made me feel included and part of the Mill Valley community. The event was special to me because my friends were able to try a variety of food that I get to enjoy on Eid, such as samosas and mithai. They were also able to learn about the Islamic significance of eating dates. One of my highlights was when Principal McCord applied a henna tattoo on his hand, and he seemed to really enjoy those sweet jalebis. People at the event also had their names written in Arabic on bookmarks, which was really special. Another touching moment was when the girls happily wore the hijabs on their heads as a sign of respect before touring our local Mill Valley Mosque. The mosque tour was one of my favorite parts because my friends were able to see where I pray. It is important to have my cultural heritage be recognized and appreciated because people can understand and respect Islam with more clarity and acceptance. I feel very fortunate to have friends of different races, religions, cultures, and backgrounds. It's important for me to know and understand their cultural identity, just like I was able to share mine. Islam is a religion of peace, and we are taught to respect all living beings. I really appreciate the effort Edna McGuire makes to learn about and include everyone. This is what makes Mill Valley such a special place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all three students. Obviously, your speaking abilities are incredible, and from here, too, we had excellent eye contact. So teachers, well done,
Yes.
continuing to support your students' spotlighting. So now we'll invite all three students up, Mr. McCord and any teacher from Edna McGuire, to join us for a big photo. Come on up.
Thank you so much, students. The highlight of our evening, at least for me. And now we're going to go on to the next item on our agenda, which is recognition, a presentation, Measure G update. And I'd like to invite Greg Isom, who is of Isom Advisors, and he's going to give a presentation on the Bond Proceeds series. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you for having me. Okay, is it going to be up here? All right, excellent. So what I'm here to do tonight is just give you guys an update on where you stand with your bonds, what happened with your district's tax base, and especially what are different options that the school district can choose on a way to fund their future projects. So I know this isn't going to be as exciting as the last presentation, but bear with me. All right. So on page 3 of this presentation, what I've included here is the district's historical assessed valuation going back to 2000.
Make that bigger? Yeah, because it's, like, you can't make it bigger to the whole presentation mode as opposed to the.
Trustee, can you turn on your mic so that they can?
Can we make that a little bit bigger? Because right now it's not in the presentation mode. Any way to make that bigger? Yeah. It's okay if you can't.
It's hard to read.
Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Okay. No, I just want everybody to see it, yeah.
Perfect. I'll
Okay.
speak extra loud for people who want to try to read this. So in this table that was up there is the district's historical assessed value, going back to 2003, and it shows what all the value of all the taxable property is within the school district boundaries. So in 2003, it was 5.1 billion, and we shoot all the way now to 2023, where the tax base is 14.448 billion. On the right-hand side shows the percentage of change year over year. And the reason why this is important is because when a district is looking to sell bonds, we need to put projections on what we believe the school district's tax base is going to do into the future. Okay? On the right-hand side in that box, right there, perfect, is the history of the school district with its bond measures. So you can see going back to 1994, 1998, and 2009 and 2022, the district's passed 4 bond measures. And the very bottom bullet point shows that what the combined tax rate is per 100,000 of assessed value. So right now it's $25.80. That last bullet point at the bottom of the page, we talk about bonding capacity. Some people refer to bonding capacity in 2 different ways. Some say, well, what's my bonding capacity and how much can I ask my voters to approve? But how I have it written here is like the official bonding capacity term, which is what the state of California gives the school districts, that says that an elementary school district can put its community into debt up to 1.25%. And so you take the bonding capacity of the 14.448, multiplied by 1.25, gives you 180.6 million. The state says that you need to subtract out any outstanding principal from the previous bonds, which is 59.8 million, which gives us our current debt limit of 120.8 million, which means the state of California says at this exact day right now, you can legally put your community into debt to this amount. And so every single year, this 120.8 is going to change because either one, your tax base is going to go up or it's going to go down, which is going to affect that beginning number. And then when you're paying off outstanding principal debt, that's going to make your number go a little bit higher. So generally, the projections show that your bonding capacity is going to increase from 120 million every year, ongoing. I'll just keep going unless there's any questions. On page 4, so years ago when I was making board presentations to the finance committee and to the school board, we kept going through different options. Option 1 is, well, typically here's how a bond gets set up. And then someone said, well, can we see it in this option? Actually, can you go back one page? And so over the 2 to 3 years, we came up with 5 different options for the school district to consider when it comes to going to its voters in June of 2022. You can see authorization was the bond amount that was being considered at some point in time. Below that, the sales schedule is when would you access those bond funds? Because when you do a bond, you can't access it all at one time. You have to kind of sell it in different tranches. The repayment terms, well, how long is the bond term going to be? The total repayment amount, so that's principal and interest. The debt ratio, as you can see for option 1 is 1.81 to 1. So generally speaking, the average bond debt ratio is about 2 to 1. The average tax rate per 100,000, you can see for option 1 is 27, and I don't need you to go through every single option that you see, but that's how it reads. This is using assessed valuation growth, if you look in the very small print, of 5% and interest rates of 4%. And so on the previous page, which you don't need to flip back to, for the last 20 years, the district has been, on average, growing 5.34%. Okay? So this page here, we also, people are saying, well, could we get access more money? And we said, well, if you have more aggressive growth rates, you can access more money. If you wanted to extend the bond program out, you can get more money. You could do 2 different bond measures. Like, this is just more of like a historical on how we got to where we were, okay? So on page 5, which is where we are right there, this was the original plan that the district chose which was option 4. And option 4 was a $194 million bond measure with an average tax rate of $26.16 per 100,000 of assessed value with a high of $30. This was that was in the tax rate statement that went to voters and everyone's voter guide.
Wait, I'm a
No,
little
no,
bit
no,
confused.
we're not, yeah, it's okay, we're gonna hold our questions till the
Okay.
end
Perfectly
of your
fine.
of your presentation, thank you.
And then the third bullet point is that there's a lot of variables that go into bond sales. So in regards to what does the tax base do? Does it go up? Does it go down? What are the interest rates? What's the term of the bond? What are the types of bonds that are sold, okay? And so this was kind of how we got to the original $194 million with the understanding that bond programs change because of these variables. So when we presented to the Finance Committee, we said, hey, this is the original kind of plan. Some questions that got brought up about, well, we have a middle school that needs to be built before this timeline. So Greg, what are our options now? So I went back to the drawing book and came up with page 6, which is the plan of finance updated as of this week. And so now you can see here are 2 revised options of 2A and 2B from 2 pages before, where originally it was 162.9 and 177 million. And so we said, okay, well, how can we access the money needed for the middle school while also accessing the $194 million? And so you can see option 2AI, authorization of 194 with the sales schedule of 54 million, 52, 55, and then 31, and remaining of 2029. Option 2B, you can see it's the 2022 of 22.6 million. It's a lower amount because sometimes, when it comes to school districts selling bonds, you may sell a bond for 50 million, but you don't need that money all up front because it's just going to be sitting in your account because of all the upfront costs and soft costs. And then option 2B is what if we just pretty much made it 150 million by 2027 and sold the remainder in 2029, what would that look like? And you can see the repayment terms. You can see the total repayment amount. That number has gone up from, the original plan and what the average tax rate looks like. This shows AV growth of 5%, same as before. We kind of threw in some active interest rates. The option of 2027 includes a mixture of current interest bonds and capital appreciation bonds. Capital appreciation bonds are bonds that have a little bit higher interest cost to them. And that's kind of where we are right now with options. So 8 options now in the last couple of presentations.
So that's on your page.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say,
Yes,
I
I don't
page.
have that page.
I would like to see that.
No.
Is it possible for us to see that?
Have a
Because I
We-
can't
we
read
can't read
anything.
it.
Oh, you can't read it?
Yeah.
No.
I cannot read it. Like,
Okay.
I'm looking at it and I cannot read it.
Do we have a copy? We can-
Do you want to make a copy?
Yeah.
it in the
Well, I
agenda?
could
We
move
don't
over
have
there
it.
and look at it, but
We don't have
I
it in
just
our
can't
agenda
look at
packet.
it.
March 6th was Monday,
Yeah,
when this went out on Friday. Thank you.
yeah. So, I.
Okay, so shall we continue? And then we'll get that page coming.
Perfect. And so what I did here, as I said, is I presented options based off of the Finance Committee meeting, based off of some other feedback and understanding that I came to in regards to getting money for the middle school project, trying to find it the cheapest way possible to the taxpayers while also delivering, current projects on time. I got discussed on, the time value of money, right? So does it make more sense to upfront something when we know that there's going to be a little bit higher interest cost to the bond sale? And so generally speaking, when it comes to construction inflation costs, I reached out to a couple industry professionals, architects, and they said that, for the last 3 years, it's been anywhere from 9 to 12% every year. And so, the value of $194 million today is sold out over a couple of sales is the equivalent of about $155 million. Okay, I mean, it's pretty standard,
What's the discount rate again?
I'm sorry?
What's the discount rate again?
No, this was the cost of construction and inflation costs going up every year, 9 to 12%.
9 to 12%.
Okay, and so I'm just giving you an idea on, how much that dollar is worth today versus, waiting till, 2029
Yes.
type of a thing. So it does make sense for sometimes for districts to front load projects in order to access money sooner because your purchase power is so much more. And then on page 8 is the timeline for bond sale. And so, I don't know necessarily when the district wants to access this bond money. But generally speaking, when the district says, I want money to money in the bank, it's about, 2.5 months. There's the process of having to coordinate through the county, going to the school board, getting the resolution approved, doing the rating presentation. As of right now, you guys are a AAA school district. I believe, Michelle, you ask me every year how many, is it 22 or 23? That have both. Yeah, so eight of you guys in the state of California. I think there's 23 S&P, Standard & Poor's, AAA rated school districts. And so we want to make sure we maintain that AAA rating for your school district. And then, as I said, about 2 to 3 weeks after you get your AAA, hopefully, is when you'd access your money. So that is the presentation.
So I have lots of
Okay,
questions.
so we have questions.
Sure.
Thank you for making these changes, really helped a lot. Just to clarify, the reason why we did this is, under the previous plan, we would not have all the cash needed to finish the construction probably until 2030, which seems like it's too far off of a time frame than what the community had anticipated. So I have a couple of questions. On page 5, that table of the original plan does not, it's not the same as the option 4 that was presented on page 4.
Correct.
So that was not the plan, that was the original plan prior to the approval of the bond, and this is what you went out with the bond program?
You're spot on, that's just a typo.
That's a typo.
That's a typo. So, what was supposed
Okay.
to be there was just option 4, and just carry those exact numbers over through it. So the 2616 is the same number. The
Okay.
repayment number is the same number. It's just those, it was just copied in the wrong table.
Okay, so so I should be going off of page
Option
4.
Page 4, option 4, correct.
So this is the wrong number. Okay,
Correct.
so thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for finding that.
And I told you I catch things. And another thing I like to highlight here is the fact that how much would our average assessed value go up? It's going up from anticipated $26 to, it looks like now it's more close to $29. If I look at the different options, it looks like the most expensive option, no surprise, is the one that's going to allow us to finish the school within the next 5 years, right?
All 3 of these options here allow you to finish the school by 2027.
You think? I mean,
If the total is 150 million, which is kind of what's been relayed on to me.
Yeah.
I made sure that all the options added up to over 150 million by 2027.
So can I just interject? That would mean that none of the Tier 1 priority projects at our other 5 elementary schools would get any funding then until after 2027.
Yes, basically.
Yeah.
I'm not in charge of projects.
Understood. I'm just
the
making
money.
that point of clarification. Yeah, we have the money to do this school, but we don't have anything to do the other 5 elementaries. Can I just go back to, and I don't know, you're.
Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I'm just new trustee here, only 3
Sure.
months in, so this work was done by the previous board. I'm a little confused how we have our, in the original option 4 that we put forward to our voters last June, that we weren't getting all of our monies until 2031. So we basically have, just short of a 10-year, 9-year construction schedule in a way, yet we've just signed a contract with AECom that it goes for 5 years based on $194 million worth of work. And it's maybe not a question for you. I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah.
kind of stating my confusion over
Sure.
this whole process. And you mentioned how it came up that we didn't have the monies to complete this school with the original schedule. Was that never addressed in the past few years? about the bond sale schedule relative to the estimated cost of rebuilding the school?
So my recollection, I don't really remember anything in regards to construction timing and how much funds are necessary. The only thing that I can speak to is that when it comes to the options that were presented, and I have always said, for any school district that I've ever worked in, just because this is the sales schedule does not mean that you have to follow the sales schedule. There's so many different variables that come with school bonds that we have zero control over. You know, we have no control over the fact that, you know, when we were probably doing option 2A and 2B, interest rates were, you know, 3.5%, you know, or
Yeah,
3.25%. And so that's automatically going to make, now the rates have gone up, and you could probably sell your AAA bonds right around 4% right now, you know, low
Not
fours.
4.6? I saw 4.5, 4.6 the other day.
No, I
Okay,
just
so
sold,
it's a lower.
I just sold AAA bonds for a small district
Okay.
at 4.3 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so that's good.
Yeah,
In the secondaries, I'm seeing 4 and 4, 5, 4, 6.
correct.
So
Yeah,
that's
but what we're
good.
offering to
Okay.
investors, correct.
All
And
right.
so, it's just changed all the time. So as I said, school districts don't have control over certain items. We don't have control over interest rates. We don't have control over the assessed value of what happens to the tax base, right?
No, yeah, I
The only thing
understand
we
that.
have control over is when you want to try to sell bonds and how much you want to sell.
Right.
And so when what was presented, you know, I didn't run the campaign, I don't know anything, right? But as I said, 194 million can be accessed this way, spacing the bond sales out this way. But as I said, that, you know, when I revised the options based off of feedback that I received, I said, well, you know what, you could easily follow option 2A or option 2B, which was 177 million, getting all your money by 2027. And so when it comes to secondary schools, you know, if all things go according to plan, I mean, this whole conversation could be completely different next year in regards to if interest rates skyrocket up or if interest rates go back down, which no one has any idea what's going to take place, right? But if you take a look at option 2B, 2B shows us getting, you know, 170 million, 168 million dollars. So you'd have money for the new school, and you'd have some money for what you said, maybe some secondary, some sprinkle money for other projects at the other sites. When it comes to, as I said, selling, I mean, I could create option 3A and 3B for you guys, but this just gives you an idea of what the money situation could look like when you access it.
And so Sharon, just to give you an idea, I had a lengthy discussion with him, and I was at the CFAC meeting. And frankly speaking, I kind of had a heart attack when I saw what went out to the voters of Mill Valley, because if you look at option 4, I mean, we are not getting, before 2007, we would have only $100 million to build our middle
Yeah,
school. I mean,
right.
that
Which
is
doesn't
not
get
the
us into middle school.
contract that we signed with ACOM.
Yeah.
I mean, we signed $195 million contract with
we signed a contract
ACOM
with
over
them.
the next 5 years.
Yeah, a
So-
five-year contract based on $194 million of construction work.
Yeah.
Basically 3.1%, which is kind of, Bay Area CM standard.
Yeah, and
Um,
I was also very concerned that we went to the voters and saying this is likely going to be $26 per $100,000 assessed value. And when I looked at the likely construction schedule, I became very alarmed. I mean, I thought there was a mismatch between our cash needs and the projected bond issuance. So that's when I had lengthy conversation with him. And I want to clarify, if we want to build a $150 million facility over the next 5 years, this option 4 of $26 assessed value at 1.88 debt ratio, it is not going to happen.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
doesn't
am
get us
I
there.
wrong in thinking that over the next 5 years, this is not a viable option that we went to the voters with? And this is why I asked him to prepare this spreadsheet post the CFAC meeting, and after this was posted, we had our conversation 2 days ago? Or was it yesterday?
It
I
felt
don't
like
know.
yesterday.
It felt like yesterday. So,
Oh.
yeah, and thank you for presenting this. So, to me, if I look at this, option 2B is probably something that is going to get us the money quicker to build a $150 million school over the next 5 years, and also allow us to do some of our our priority construction projects. But I'd like to make it very clear that the maturity had to be extended from 30 years. This is when the bonds principals will come due, will be now 31 years. And then moreover, our total debt repayment amount is much higher than before. And our debt ratio will go from 1.88 to 2. And our average assessed value, projected assessed value, is going to go from $2, $26 per $100,000 assessed
more.
value to $3 more. So that's about 14% increase in assessed value than what we told the voters it's going to happen. And so I wanted him to present us these numbers so that we actually are transparent about the changes in the likely bond issuance schedule and the cost to our community.
Well, transparency is key and number one and very important, so I'm
Yeah.
glad we're having this conversation. However, I feel like I would like an answer why this wasn't brought up by anyone previously, that the bond sales did not match our, not in writing, but verbal. I know we told our community about, I was told personally by a former board member, 2 years of planning, 2 years construction. I thought, well, that's ideal. But that just not, and I'm not, that just doesn't match up. And I'd like an answer, frankly, from,
What happened?
what
We
happened.
weren't on the board, so
Yeah,
I don't
exactly, we weren't
understand the
on the board.
process. I was the person voting
when
for it
this
at
is
20,
yeah, it's kind of I just did the number. I was like, wait, 10 years. Wait a second, we've got a 5-year contract. Wait, it's $494 million, but anyway.
So, yeah, we're not going to get we're before 2027, we're only going to have $100 million according to this schedule.
Do any of these bond sales, do we have to go to the state for an exemption to exceed our bonding,
If everything goes according to plan, which it always does,
of course.
no, you don't have to get a waiver. no.
Okay, we're not looking for a waiver, we're not looking for an exception, so nothing is unusual or atypical about these sales in that case.
And are we like, do you expect us still maintain the AAA rating with higher leverage?
So when it comes to your AAA, your AAA is based off of 3 things.
Yeah.
Debt, which you guys are fine, compared to other school districts. Your tax base, which is fantastic. I should say 4 things. Your tax base, which is fantastic. Wealth levels within the community, the rating agencies value that. And then district general fund, ending fund balance. So for districts, it's like you want to maintain kind of what your kind of reserves are right now.
Yeah.
In order to maintain the AAA. If a district,
School district, you mean?
if a school district, thank you, if a school
Yeah.
district spends down its reserves like crazy, the rating agency is going to freak out and say, well, what's going on right now? And that's a time to where a district might get downgraded to a AA plus.
So can we talk about what that cost difference might be if we don't maintain our rating for our interest rates?
A AAA rating compared to a AA plus for a bond of $194 million. I mean, I don't quote me on this, but we're talking probably millions of dollars. Millions of dollars of additional interest costs.
Total.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
it going to be like 70 basis points about?
No. No,
Less-
not
less
70
like
basis
50,
points.
Less than 50
Less,
basis?
less than 50,
Okay.
yeah.
So, right now, I mean, I think our total, so just to let you know, our total debt obligation is now going to be $20 million higher than before. So it's going from $364 million to $387 million now, because we are accelerating
So
the
debt
debt
obligation, what you're saying is our taxpayers will essentially be paying $20 million more
to
to do the work.
to have the right cash flow amount. I mean, otherwise, we're not building our school until 2030.
Okay.
But I always want to
31.
clarify,
So
if
makes me
things
nervous.
don't change,
If
Right.
things don't change.
right?
Yeah.
Once again, the killer for a district this size who's trying to find the right sales schedule, it's all about interest rates. It's not
Yeah.
even the type of bonds, it's not the capital, it's interest rates. I mean, by rates going from 3% to 4%, that's probably that $20 million right there.
Yeah.
So stuff that you have no control over
Okay.
is affecting your bond program, or could affect it in the future. You know, I mean, once again, by the time you get to your 2027 bond sale, or 26-27 bond sale, if your tax base outperforms this 5%, if rates go a little bit down, then that additional interest cost is going to go away.
Right. So these are the only known increase to debt at this time, in other words.
There are no known until you actually sell your debt.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So do we have any other board members with questions at this time? Do you have I mean, I do want to answer your question. I think if you go on our website, there is a history of the bond initiation, which started prior to Trustee Abdoli and myself being on the board. So there is a history of this, and there, you know, it's a very comprehensive story of the bond program. And I think that, you know, thank you very much for
Yeah.
pivoting, you know, so quickly.
Yes, thank
And,
you.
and I must say that, you know, I do believe that we need to have a discussion about how we might want to be more engaged as a board with this ongoing. And I see that next month we have an update on the bond in our agenda. And I think that after that, we'll probably be asking ongoing questions to inform. Now, we do know that CFAC has met on this.
Yes.
And Trustee Katz, and you are on CFAC. Was there any follow-up in terms of perhaps presenting to our board on this issue? As I think we do have a CFAC presentation.
Yeah, so not necessarily Greg coming back again, but it will be our CFAC team. Michelle Rollins and I spoke to Hallie Marshall, who is our chairperson, and they're preparing to come back to the board to discuss overall financial status. Yeah.
Okay,
I have one last question. I'm sorry.
please.
I know I'm way beyond my 3 questions. This is a really, really important topic. Right now, if our debt limit is 120.8 million, and I'm just gonna ask you, since you're the expert, can we still, you know, have enough to build this school on time? Right now, if we can only take on another 120.8 million right now, will we pay off the other general obligation bonds in time to gain more in time?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So with your tax base growing, old principal being paid off is going to allow you to get to that $150 million number, no problem.
Okay.
If something went wrong, you can get a waiver from the state of California. They've approved every waiver that's ever existed that's gone before them. It's a non-issue. It's more of just a clerical process. It's an outdated bonding capacity issue. They tried to get rid of it 2 years ago, and it didn't happen. And so that's why they rubber stamp it every single time. If there were a
And
problem.
we would be over leveraging ourselves in the process in doing that, though, or?
No. I mean, I'd say there's probably 15 to 20 school district waivers every single year, just because, as I said, it's an archaic 1.25% or 2.5% for unified school districts. And so that's why the state literally tried to change the law in 2020, because they were just getting sick and tired of all these waivers coming through. It's honestly, it's a non-issue, but it takes like 5 months from when you want to get the waiver, from when you say, let's do it, to when the state actually approves it. But I don't foresee there being any issue whatsoever.
Okay.
I mean, do we need
Oh,
to?
thank you.
Okay,
Actually, do we have one more
yeah.
question?
Given your expertise and your involvement in doing this for multiple districts,
Yeah.
given the current financial state and the markets, do you think there's anything off here about where we are as a district versus what you're seeing with other broadened programs across the state?
No, this is pretty standard. It really is. I mean, there's just so many different things that can change, and the problem sometimes with, you know, board members from the past, you get one presentation and from me, and I'm throwing out all these numbers. It's hard to remember everything if you're not familiar with the terminology, right? And so, you know, I can list every single school district that I've worked with to where it's never perfect. So I always say, just be willing to bend a little bit when it comes to, like, from my perspective, like, help me out a little bit. Because what I present here, literally, come next November, these numbers are all gonna be completely different. Once you start selling bonds, it's easier to predict the future, because then that bond is officially locked in, and we have more to work with.
So for instance, if there's a recession, our assessed value may not grow at 5%.
Right.
But on the other hand, you might have lower interest rates. So it's going to be all over the place. I think we understand that.
Do you have one last question for him?
Yeah, do we need to pick an option, which one of these options we should focus on? Because I like to communicate very clearly to everybody in the community that, our parameters have changed, our costs have changed, and this is going to have a real impact. I want to be very transparent about it.
We will ask you to choose that option, but the second half of this presentation is our construction management firm.
Okay.
And so we will need a project list and a project timeline for us to move forward, even with the first issuance. So the next step tonight will be to listen to our construction management firm, and then before we make any issuances, we will make those determinations together.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Greg, for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank
You want me to get ready for the picture, or?
Yes.
No, and sorry about
Yeah,
that
no,
extra walk. Thank you
Very
so
good.
much.
Thank you so
All right.
much. And now we'll welcome his complement, Brett Mitchell, Program Manager and Senior Manager of U.S. West PMM of ACOM, in coordination with the Director of Maintenance and Operations and Safety, our one and only Julio Arroyo. And they're going to provide an update on the architectural pool of record request of proposal and qualifications, and our master plan priority 1 preliminary project list. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. Julio Arroyo, Director of Maintenance, Operations, and Safety. I'm going to start out to go over our architect of record request for proposal that will be going out tomorrow, and then Brett and Sandrine will talk about the project list that was referenced. So, for following up from our last board meeting, we worked with AECOM who gave us feedback on our architect of record documents before they went out for public bidding. We received that feedback, and starting tomorrow, we're going to publicly put on our website, as well as in construction journals, our architect of record request for proposals. And we are planning to have interviews for the proposals that are received on April 17th, and we're estimating it's gonna be May 1st for the day of the interviews. And today, we're also requesting for the board to select 2 board members to sit as panel members on those interviews. Included in the interviews are gonna be 2 representatives from AECOM, Sandrine and Sasha, who are, Sandrine is our program manager, as well as Sasha's gonna be working as our project manager, as well as 2 board members, a member of the CFAC committee, Community Financial Advisory Committee, and the principal, one from the middle school and one from the elementary school, as well as myself. And so that's what's going to be happening with the architect of records timeline. And if you have any questions, I'm going to move it over to Brett to talk about the priority 1 list and the work that's going to be happening.
And I'll let Sandrine give you detail, and I'll talk at a high level that that we've been really busy. Sandrine is just completing her first week. She's really diving in over the last week and all the details, but our objective, first of all, is to engage our estimating team. So obviously, we have some budget validations that we need to do to support what ISOM Advisors' efforts are going to be. So we're going to begin engaging our estimating team to make sure that the numbers that were provided in your facilities master plan are accurate with today's escalation. So that's the first thing you need to know from us is what the cost of the work is, and then we'll start to apply schedule to that. The other thing that we think is vital for the district is you have to have a communications plan in terms of, there's 2 parts to that. The first one is, how do we document the construction process? We have to have daily schedules for the projects. We have to have scope, schedule, and budget reporting. We need to be able to report how we ask questions, how we do submittals, and really document the progress of the work. And so we have to build that frame for you, and that's before we start construction, we have to have that in place. The other part of that is what you mentioned is community engagement. We offered that, I think, if you recall, in our proposal to really start to engage community. So I met today actually with someone that is actually in the district that could help us with community engagement and start that process. So at a really high level. And then if it's appropriate, you know, I'll really like to, that's one of the questions that I had during the interview is when can we start to engage with bond counsel? Because I think our two efforts really will go well. And we're just getting started in terms of solving these issues you have, but we're looking forward to being able to do that. So do you want to give a more detailed example of what we're doing on a daily? And again, Sandrine is going to begin the day-to-day. This is her life, so go ahead.
So this is priority one projects that were listed in the master plan, and essentially we're focusing on priority one right now. And what we're doing in parallel to the architect selection process is looking at all the other pieces that are going to take us to having the architect team start their work. So we're looking at helping the district select geotech engineers, doing the environmental report assessment, all those pieces that we're going to need to start the process. So that's being done in the background. We're also building the master schedule to look at how all those activities and pieces go together, the critical path that takes us to getting things built and done. So we'll provide updates as we get that schedule more developed, but that's what we're working on right now. And again, like Brett was saying, an important part is validating feasibility and costs of the projects and the master plan. So all those pieces are in the works, and we'll provide an update.
Very good. All right, now, do we have any public comments before we move to board questions? Yeah, no, so public comments, and then now to board questions.
So I was, when I attended the JLAC meeting in Sacramento, one of the lobbying firms mentioned that there's $3 billion of last statewide bond measure that hasn't been spent. Is it possible for non-priority district like ours to apply for funding to help potentially fill the gap in our district's construction?
Go ahead.
I don't know if you, yeah.
The state bond funds are agnostic to prioritization.
Okay,
They are governed by eligibility.
okay,
That's what we need to get into.
yeah,
Is what's your eligibility? If there is eligibility in the state, and honestly, and that was one of the things we got to cover is how have you utilized your eligibility? If there's eligibility for matching funds, we don't know yet. That's
Okay.
something we're going to dig into. And do you remember what those percentages are for? 50%. So,
yeah.
sorry? Yeah, so new construction is, they match 50%. Modernization, they match 60%.
So,
But we just don't know yet. We just actually haven't got into that detail.
So we started looking into it this week, so we can provide additional funds that might help with the projects too.
so I heard it was 2017 bond that they haven't spent yet because the application process is very delayed and whatever.
And
Yeah.
what I would caution is we all understand the term encumbered.
Yeah,
And so, there are districts throughout the state that have put in their eligibility
yeah,
allowances years in advance, and they were backlogged. And
Yeah.
so I'm not sure how much of that's encumbered, but we'll make that a priority to really look into that.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't know if this is a question. It is a question.
Okay.
I guess the question is, how are we going to proceed in determining, we just kind of heard, hey, we're going to have some bond sales. We're obviously not going to get $194 million tomorrow to start, all of these. So how are we going to determine what we do off of priority one? We all know what the priority one is because it's established in the master plan, facilities master plan. So how are we going to work with not having all that money at once and still doing what we need to here and everywhere. You know, I don't want to say value engineer the priority one list, but that's kind of what it seems like.
Could be, and that's where we really, I wish I had answers for you now, but really it's going to be, it would be imprudent for me to commit to anything schedule-wise now. But I really think that, and I know everybody's anxious, but give us some time with Greg's information. This is the first we've seen.
Okay, all right.
And give us some time with what we can do, working with Julio to sort of sift out a schedule, because it's going to come down to what are the costs today? Were they real from your master plan? And then based on how there was some prioritization in the last facilities master plan, is that still how we want to prioritize? And once we evaluate that, then we sort of sift that into a timeline based on your bond sales and eligibility.
Any other questions from the board? So let's move now to assisting you in the next step in creating an interview panel. And we are going to now have a conversation and see who might want to be on this interview panel. If we have more than 2 people, then we'll have to have a vote. So it,
Well,
we have right now we have.
Yes, I would very much like to be on the interview panel.
Yes, so do I. I feel like there needs to be some consistency from the board in terms of dealing with this very important Measure G project, and I'd like to be involved closely.
Anybody else?
I would like to be involved, just because I wasn't sure if there might be a potential conflict of interest, just with sharing connections within the industry, but if you feel like there's no conflict of interest, then.
I will, yes, that's a good question. Thank you. I was asked, you know, oh, with this RFP going out, do you want to tell people you know? And I specifically said, no, I'm not telling anyone I know, because I don't want there to be any conflict of interest. So there is none.
At all? Are you at all concerned about anybody coming up that you do have connections with?
No, because my work, although I have experience in this type of work, is not K-12. It's not K-12 DSA work, and it's 2 different poles completely. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you would recuse yourself, though, if something came up.
Absolutely.
And then
If I felt.
you'd be an
I'll
alternate?
raise my hand for alternate.
Very good. So I think we have your 2 board trustees and an alternate if need be. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate your time.
you.
Thank you. And now, thank you so much for listening to all of our, the meeting of the board, and now we come to public comment. And I'd like to share with you that the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and provides this time for members of the audience to address the board on school-related matters not on the agenda. And we've taken the opportunity to identify 21 people, as we do have comments on other agenda items. Please know that the board can take no action at this time, and each speaker is requested to identify themselves prior to addressing the board. And because we limit our board comments to 30 minutes, the rough math is about 1.5 minutes per speaker. And I will call your name, and then I'm going to call the second person so we can try to make this efficient, as we're going to go over 30, as if you do the math, it's not really 1.5 minutes. So with that, we have some Zoom participants. Can we see if Charles Bush is ready and Sarah Jensen? Okay, do we have do we have a Charles Bush or a Sarah Jensen? Hey, fantastic. Are you coming together or separately?
Separately, but we're walking together.
Lovely. So you will speak for 1.5 minutes, and then you will speak for, how efficient. Thank you so much for coming up and making that so much easier for us. And then after, just to let you know, will be Juliet Mohit. And we have 3 speakers, Jessica Tran, Ann Eshoff, and Katie Ward. All right, so we have a clock here behind Trustee Yu, and I'm assuming it is ready to go whenever you are. Thank you. So we start with Sarah?
Sure.
You seem ready. Okay, thank you very much.
No worries. Hi, I'm Sarah Jensen. I'm a mother of 2, and I have 2 kindergartners currently enrolled at Tam Valley Elementary School. I've also been in the education world for about 17 years now, so I can speak to the importance of a small class size. I can see firsthand that it will help school districts meet the most social and emotional needs of students by creating more time for teachers to personally connect with students, fostering students' sense of belonging and connection, which will support our children's mental health, which is an important thing as students are getting older now. Small class sizes also allow teachers to focus on instruction with less time possibly needed to manage challenging behaviors. Small class sizes also allow for earlier identification of specific learning needs that may end up being overlooked in larger class settings. Smaller class sizes can be directly impacted of our students' achievement by allowing teachers to deliver more personalized instruction based on their individual needs. There are so many benefits not only to students, but to the teachers as well. And as an educator and parent, I hope our district continues to prioritize small class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little nervous there.
So we had a little mistake here with because we are discussing
Oh.
class sizes
Oh,
later.
sorry, yeah.
And that's A-okay, and we have some people who are
Yeah.
actually discussing multiple. So, are you going to be staying for the balance of our agenda and listening to our class size presentation? Because it would be helpful for the board to hear that then after the presentation.
It is getting quite late. It would be nice to do it. It
Please,
was a long
I understand.
conversation
Yes, please go right ahead.
about bonds and
Yes,
and
very
numbers
important,
and.
very important information. Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, because I am
Because-
speaking about the class sizes
Okay,
as well.
please do.
I think a lot of the parents, this is a big group. I mean, raise your hand if you're here for class sizes.
Yeah, Michelle.
That's everybody.
We have to follow our rules.
Yeah. So the challenge we have here, folks, is that we do have public comment that's not on the agenda. So our class sizes are on the agenda, and that's a different time. And, you know, that's the challenge we have. So I have to say, I'm going to call your name, and if you're speaking specifically about class size, please do so during that agenda item, which is coming up quickly.
Or
Okay.
Spanish, too. Like
I
if
can
you're
be less
speaking about
nervous next
something on the agenda, not just.
Yes,
class
whatever,
size.
if it's on the agenda, class size is on the agenda. So, you know, I am being reminded that I need to stick to the protocol. So let's hear your good comment, and we're
Thank
going to get there but we're going to get there very quickly. We're going to have other folks talking on items not on the agenda, of which there are many.
Okay.
Okay?
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
since I'm sitting here, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want to have to read again, though.
No, but I think, no, you know, I think I need to change my direction, and I need to ask you if it's just about class size, to speak after the presentation on class size, please, and then we'll be
Oh.
able to hear your comments. Yeah, so come back.
Okay.
During
Speak
the
now,
agenda.
come back?
Come back,
Speak now, come back.
come back.
Okay.
All right, Juliet Mohit, it says teacher prep time. Thank you for coming up. Thank you very much. Very good.
Hi, I'm Juliet Mohit. I'm a sixth grade core teacher at middle school. I want to talk about prep time at the middle school, and I want to give a specific example to show why it's so important to keep the amount of prep time that teachers have at the middle school. First of all, the terminology prep time is inaccurate. It is, in fact, prep time for preparation of lessons, communication with families, collaboration with colleagues, and most importantly, grading and giving feedback to our students. As a full-time teacher at MVMS, I teach 5 classes, 3 language arts and 2 social studies, which means that based on our 7-period schedule, I have 8 work periods a week, each 53 minutes long, which adds up to 424 minutes of prep, feedback, grading, and communication time. Here's the example. In February, I gave my language arts students a fun project as their historical fiction unit culminating project, where they were tasked with creating an oral history iMovie as the protagonist of their novel, incorporating the real historical background information based on research, as well as explaining the impact of the historical events on their characters' development. I had 73 projects to grade in my 3 classes. If I read their scripts, checked their research notes, and then watched the movies, which were approximately 3 minutes long each, giving only 6 minutes per student would mean that I had used up more than my full weekly prep time. I would have used 438 minutes where I only had 424. It also means that during that week, I had no time to prepare for teaching any of my classes, no time to respond to student, parent, or colleague emails or phone calls, and no time to grade or give feedback for my other 2 classes.
So, Juliet,
please do not do anything
Thank you.
to lessen our current prep time at Mill Valley Middle School.
Thank
It will
you.
negatively impact our students today.
Thank you very much. And the minute and a half, yes. So Ann Eschoff, Katie Ward, and Jessica Tran, I don't see the subject on here. Okay, prep time, thank you very much. And you have a minute and a half for the 3 of you. Very good. And then Danielle's, sorry, Deba will be prep time, aids and contract language. Great. Thank you. Let's begin.
Good evening. We are most of the 4th grade team at Edna McGuire. It is with defeated hearts that we come here again to speak up about what is going on in district negotiations. Last time we spoke, our message clearly outlined the incredible importance of having prep time and aid time guaranteed in our contract. You can imagine the shock we felt when we learned that the district is actually proposing to eliminate contract language that guarantees aid time for TK through 5th grade students. We were equally dismayed to learn that the district also has not accepted proposed language that would guarantee current levels of prep time going forward. It's difficult to understand why we have to time and time again explain the connection between prep time, aid time, and student achievement.
When the district proposes to eliminate guaranteed aid and prep time in classrooms, they are directly jeopardizing the quality of our students' education. To make this even more clear, each time aid and prep time minutes are reduced, we have less time, energy, and resources to serve our students and plan and differentiate our lessons.
We know our district does in fact have the resources and ability to improve the quality of student education, which includes supporting teachers. So we are here left wondering why this wouldn't be an obvious yes. We're curious how management's bargaining proposals reflect the importance of supporting student achievement by way of guaranteed prep and aid time. We think that we are all on the same team here, supporting student well-being and learning. Please work with us, not against us, to ensure we're all doing everything in our power to make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Curtis, would you also be ready to come up to speak about aid and prep time after? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Danielle Deba. I teach 7th grade English, social studies, and a reading class here at the middle school. I'd like to add some historical context to the current state of negotiations between Mill Valley School District management and educators by talking about Hammurabi's Code. It's law code that was formed about 3,700 years ago, and it's widely celebrated by historians, lawyers, and social studies teachers alike for being the first written code of laws. Why do we celebrate this ancient stone tablet? Because history has shown us time and time again that societies and civilizations with written laws are more successful than those without them. So you can imagine my surprise when I learned that management is trying to remove and reduce language from our legally binding contract that ensures manageable classrooms. The Mill Valley School District is suggesting that teachers agree to removing parts of our written contract that ensure the best learning and teaching environments for our students. The district wants to eliminate and reduce extra release days, prep periods, and 8 hours for elementary teachers that teach oversized classes. Management wants to reduce prep time and conference time for 4th and 5th grade teachers. And perhaps, most shockingly, the district wants to eliminate any current contract language as it relates to teachers' aides in the classroom. I'm going to skip a couple paragraphs. When I look at this dais of strong, educated women, I would encourage you not to rely on a gentleman's agreement when negotiating our contract. Please put it in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ann Curtis, thank you for coming up. Aid and prep time, followed by Jennifer Fawcett, prep time and aid time.
So we're going to let Karen go because she's talking about prep time and aid time, but the two of us want to talk about class size.
So that,
Can we go later?
yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Yes, Jennifer Fawcett restacked, right? Okay.
Hello,
Thank
I'm
you.
Karen Engel.
Thank
I
you.
teach at Ed McGuire, second grade. I would like to talk to you about the importance of having reliable and sufficient prep time and aid time. Without these supports in place, we have less time and attention to focus on our students' needs. Our prep time and aid time are used to support our students' needs by completing tasks such as reading and responding to emails, reviewing student work, grading assessments, analyzing data, meeting with our intervention team and our specialist teachers, preparing materials for upcoming lessons, and creating displays to support learning and to celebrate student work. Prep time and aid time are important factors in our working conditions. It seems important to point out that our working conditions are also our students' learning conditions. Don't all of our students deserve the best learning conditions possible? We hope you agree and see the value in adequate prep time and sufficient aid time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, Jennifer Aronson, who'd be followed by Laura Marks and Talia. Kaylee.
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Jennifer Aronson, and I teach kindergarten at Edna McGuire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the importance of kindergarten instructional aids and how they benefit children. I was surprised to learn recently that district management is proposing to eliminate the guarantee of our current contractually mandated instructional aids. Kindergarten classroom aids are essential to help keep little ones attentive, calm, and safe, enabling the focus to remain on learning. Kindergartners deserve small group instruction to help improve literacy and math skills and to further progress those students who are performing above grade level. They deserve to have one-to-one time with their classroom teacher to form a bond, build trust, and feel connected. Our young learners deserve a second set of eyes and ears to monitor the class and handle disruptions so the teacher can maintain the flow of instruction. They deserve immediate attention when they get hurt, need a Band-Aid, a quick hug, or to feel safe. Kindergartners deserve a mediator to help model how to problem solve, negotiate differences, and reinforce a positive learning environment. They deserve personalized attention to help them tie their shoes, pack their backpacks, and open their lunch containers. Our young learners deserve to have well-planned lessons and a teacher who can focus on academic improvement, social emotional well-being, and communicating with families, rather than photocopying, filing, and putting up bulletin boards. I appreciate the time you are volunteering to make our great school district even better, and I would like to invite you to spend an entire day in Room 5 Kindergarten and witness firsthand how our invaluable kindergarten instructional aids are in helping our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Marks and Talia, please. Thank you. And then Maria Marcus on special ed will be next.
Hi, I'm Laura Marks, and I teach kindergarten at Edna McGuire.
Good evening, I'm Talia Kaylee, and I teach kindergarten at Old Mill.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns about the recent changes to the TK and K program over the last few years. Now that we've been in school for over 100 days, we have the opportunity to experience a full day at the beginning of the year and now at the middle of the year. One of the biggest losses of moving to a longer day is the decrease of our half class time, which allowed for more small group and individual instruction. In the past, we were able to create schedules that built in half class time during our specials. For example, Group A from both K classes went to music while Group B stayed in the classroom. Then the groups would swap, each getting music and a small group lesson. Now, because of our prep time is embedded within the day, we no longer have the flexibility in our scheduling. We recognize that going back to a shortened day is highly unlikely and strongly believe that ensuring the following commitments are essential to continuing the best learning experience for our young students. 1, to maintain full-time TKK aides. Full-time aides are essential to our classroom program and the foundation of our ability to nurture our youngest students. Secondly, commit to small class size. As research shows, Class size is one of the leading components to student success, especially in the younger grades, because half class time was taken away when the TKK day was lengthened. It is more important than ever to ensure small class sizes so students can get more individual attention.
That's it, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Marcus, thank you, followed by Brian Marcus. Sure. So we're going to have a minute and a half for you and a minute and a half for you. Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm Maria Marcus, mom of 3 kids here in Mill Valley. These 3. And I'd like to tell you a real-life story of educating an autistic child here in Mill Valley. 12 years ago, our twins, Marley and Sam, were born 4 months early and just over a pound each. The doctors told us then that if they survived, micropreemies had a high risk of learning disabilities on top of all their medical complications. After 4 months in the NICU, Sam did come home, but Marley was to spend almost a year there and even then came home on oxygen and a feeding tube. She was delayed in her milestones, but was making steady progress. When the twins were 2.5, MVSD sent a special ed team to our house to assess Marley and Sam, and from that point on, they were on different paths. Sammy was deemed okay and has been able to go to our local schools from kindergarten on. Marley was deemed intellectual disability and would be outsourced to MCOE for her education. She would be in county programs, initially bused to a special preschool in San Rafael, and then in various classrooms around Marin ever since. For those who don't know, county-run classroom locations can shift and change each year depending on where the numbers are. We as parents have no control over where our kids go to school and don't even know until the spring when the numbers are in. The district has no control either. When Marley was 4, MCOE opened a TK to 2nd grade classroom at Edna McGuire. We were very excited that she could go to the same school as her twin brother and her older brother. The stability of those 4 years in the same place were invaluable for Marley, and she thrived. She got to know her peers, and they got to know her. Around school and in the community, you'd always hear, "Hi, Marley. Hi, Marley."
So I'm Brian Marcus. I'm Marley's dad, Maria's husband. The stability that Marley knew at Edna finished at 2nd grade, and we were told that she had no place, there was no place for Marley in Mill Valley. Even though she was reading at about the same level as a brother, and Edna had just opened a learning center, we were told that the resource teachers weren't appropriately trained and that her only option was to be bused to San Rafael for 3rd grade. That program closed after a year, and Marley had to change schools again. She did come back to Mill Valley, first to Strawberry for 4th grade, and then to Edna for when MCOA opened a 3rd to 5th grade class. But she was a 5th grader and moving to middle school. Again, we were told there was no place for Marley at our local school, that teachers weren't trained, and that kids would not welcome her. We are currently busing Marley up to San Rafael, the closest of the 4 available options. For those keeping track, Marley has been in 4 different schools in the past 4 years. Try to imagine your child moving each year. New classmates, teachers, schools, and peers. Away from siblings and in 2+ hours alone on a bus each day. In a place where she doesn't know anyone and they don't know her. Imagine the toll that takes on Marley and her family. Where she at, Mill Valley, where she at, our story is not unique. There are many moderately disabled kids in Mill Valley and MCOA who have no place here. We hope our story has a happy ending. We hope that instead of outsourcing your imperfect kids, you take them back and control these kids' fates and provide district special day classes here at MVMS, where Marley and kids like her can have stability and continuity and thrive in a stable and welcoming community.
Thank you very much. Alicia. I'm going to destroy your name, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And you'll be speaking about inclusion and special ed, followed by Marcella Hammond.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Incho Ogie. My daughter Elena is a 5th grader at Edna McGuire. She's in one of the MCOE special day classes on campus and has been a classmate of Marley's over the years. I'm here this evening to discuss the importance of inclusion and the need for a district special day class at Mill Valley Middle School. Currently, students with moderate to severe disabilities are not able to attend school there. They are either sent to regionalized county programs known as MCOE classrooms, private schools, or non-public schools. Now, this is not something that's specific to Mill Valley. This is happening all over Marin County. Students with moderate to severe disabilities are being sent out of their home districts to be served where there is a program that is deemed more appropriate. Essentially, districts are saying that they are unable to serve students with extensive needs and they must be served elsewhere. And although this is a problem everywhere, I believe Mill Valley School District is capable of doing better. I think you and this district are capable of doing the right thing. I've been so impressed by the DEI committee here in Mill Valley. As a person of color with a biracial child at Edna, I really appreciated the work being done around race and culture. But when I joined the Edna PTA last spring and began attending the DEI committee meetings, I was disappointed that the inclusion of students with disabilities was not being discussed. And when I began raising my concerns, the Edna community responded. I started to see a shift in the way our MCOE classrooms were treated on campus. We went from being largely unknown and unnoticed to being included in pretty much everything on campus, like the amazing Special Olympics event that the student earlier was just talking about. Being included makes a huge difference, and that shift has come from the top down, from Principal McCord to teachers, staff, and parents. And just lastly, inclusion doesn't just benefit our kids with disabilities. It benefits their non-disabled peers as well. And studies show that inclusive education promotes diversity and equity, and it values the unique contributions that each student brings to the classroom. So please find a place for our students here in Mill Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcella, for being here. And Eliza Lochner, you'll be coming up next, Special Ed Inclusion.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. My name is Marcella Hammond. I'm a mother to Preston, a fourth grader at Edna McGuire Elementary School. My son Preston is on the autism spectrum and has attended Edna McGuire since kindergarten. As a parent in this district, I have a unique perspective regarding inclusion. Preston started his kindergarten year in the MCOE classroom. In first grade, he moved into a mainstream classroom with a one-to-one aide, and he has continued in a mainstream classroom to date. I have had the wonderful opportunity to get to know teachers, students, and parents in both MCOE and mainstream classrooms at Edna McGuire. My experience has helped me understand the extreme importance of inclusion for children with disabilities in our schools. Studies show inclusion systems will provide a better quality education for all children and are instrumental in changing attitudes towards discrimination. On the Edna campus, I've seen the positive impact of inclusion with students who have moderate to severe disabilities. This positive impact is not only beneficial to our children with special needs, but it is a beautiful impact on our mainstream students. This shouldn't be a unique experience at our elementary school. Our middle school should be inclusive to all children as well. We want to see a district special day class in the middle school that will accommodate children with moderate to severe disabilities, so all children can be included. The benefits will be invaluable for our mainstream students. Compassion, empathy, acceptance, respect, and kindness. Don't we all want our students and our children to grow into adults who have these qualities instilled in them as children?
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. And you're Eliza.
Yes,
right?
hi. I'm Eliza Lochner, and I'm the mother of two children at Edna McGuire. Lexi, who's in third grade at in Miss Shuren's class, and she also goes to the Learning Center with Miss Stoltings, who is here. I wrote the board last year about the incredible experience we had with Miss Diamond, who's here, as well as Miss Foldas in a co-taught inclusive classroom. It was incredible. I'll send you all that letter for the new board members. Lexi's doing great, but we really want to make sure she's able to continue her education in Mill Valley as she progresses, if she's not able to progress at her academic trajectory. She deserves to go to school with the friends that she's made at Edna, her brother at Edna, who will go to Mill Valley Middle, her neighbors. She deserves the same education as every other kid in this community, and we want to make sure those options are there for her when she gets to the middle school.
Thank you very much. Gabrielle Muse on inclusion, and Bria Rubin.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Muse. I am here as a mom of mixed-race kids, and co-chair of the DEI committee at Edna McGuire Elementary. I'm here in support of the women that were just speaking and the men who were just speaking in support of their disabled kids and the need for inclusive classrooms through middle school. As a mom who feels like I'm fighting often against the mainstream in this district to make sure that my kids are seen and that their culture is seen and that they are reflected in this community, that needs to be extended to disabled students. As Alicia said, we were utterly blind to what was going on with the MCOE students on the Edna campus. They were not being included in anything simply because of an email server. Really, that was what was going on. They weren't getting the communication. But there's no excuse for that behavior. This board should be aware of that. Our administration should be aware of that. And we should be building a pathway for disabled students to have a place in this district. Every student belongs here. And that's what I want my kids to understand, is that the world is made up of all kinds of people, and that includes their school, and that includes their school community, and that they should be able to maintain relationships, learn about others, and recognize that they have a role in this world to work together in all that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bria Rubin, followed by Zachary Dorson.
Hi, my name is Bria Rubin. I'm an Edna mom of 2 children, a second grader and a TKer. I'm here today as an ally, friend, and advocate for our special education community, asking for you to continue the great and successful work that has been happening at Mill Valley Middle School with the Inclusion Project and go the next step in creating a district classroom. I do not have children benefiting from special needs services, and like many, had no knowledge that MCOE classes existed on our campus. It wasn't until a brave MCOE parent approached me asking me where her child's t-shirt was. See, I was part of a committee that had shirts created for all the students, and the numbers I was given did not include the MCO classrooms. My jaw dropped. Not even counted. Imagine if your child wasn't even counted, caught in this confusing in between the district and the county. Imagine purposely moving into a district for a top-notch education and extra support, but your child was instead bussed out. Maria's family, her twin children, not just divided by elementary schools across town, but across Marin County. If that doesn't bother you, get bothered. We need to start caring about the whole system, everyone in our community, and all the students. Think back to your childhood. Do you remember the children in your class with special needs, or the kid in the hallway that needed extra help? You remember those children because they had an impact on your life. Having children with special needs in our children's lives is important. Having friends outside of special needs classes is important for MCOE students. I think we can all agree that the message we want to send our children is that differences are to be celebrated, room is made, and classes are created. Let's send our challenges on a bus. Without including children with special needs in gen ed children's education, we simply are not creating a complete education.
Thank you.
Let's be the district where all children are counted.
Thank you very much. And Zachary, you'll be our last speaker today. The others will go on class size, so thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Zachary Dorson, and I'm a French teacher here at the middle school. I'm here to ask you to keep the same planning time for teachers. I teach 3 different courses here, French 1, 2, and Wheel, which is Introduction to Languages. I love teaching French and being at Mill Valley Middle School with 3 different age groups. However, I cannot afford to lose my planning time. The approximately 1 to 2 hours of planning time I get each day is essential. As a first-year middle school teacher, this is the absolute minimum time needed to plan out 3 different lessons a day while keeping in mind universal instruction, different levels of learning, heritage speakers, implementing new research, and pulling in contemporary, authentic resources. Not to mention keeping up with grading, feedback, parent communication, and department collaboration, all of which are essential in a middle school classroom. Furthermore, teachers have responsibilities outside of planning, such as induction, formerly known as BITSA, and other teachers are teacher mentors to new teachers as well, which takes up time. I often find that I do not have enough time during contract hours to finish my work and must rely bringing work home to ensure my lessons and grading are robust and up to date. My planning time is essential for me to provide lessons for my students, and if taken away, would be a disservice to our students. I ask that the board strongly considers leaving teachers' planning hours per week untouched so we may plan lessons that ensure our students' success. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. And that concludes our public comment on items not on the agenda, but we do have some folks that we will look forward to hearing from after. And now we are going to go on our agenda to F2, and we'd like to let you know that our California School Employee President is fallen ill. She's not here tonight, so we wish her well and look forward to hearing from her next month. We're now going to invite the Mill Valley Teacher Association, Linda Brun and Aaron Frazier, co-presidents, who will provide an update to the board on the Mill Valley Teacher Association. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us yet again.
You're welcome. You might want to speak closer into that mic so we can.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
All right. It's hard to go after all those emotional speeches. So we have a few things to talk about tonight. We understand that tonight you'll be discussing a presentation on the possibility of reintroducing Spanish instruction in the Mill Valley School District. On Monday, we were able to meet with Dr. Berman and Laura Myers about the board's request to learn more about the feasibility to reinstate world language at the elementary level. They shared with us they felt the program like this would take a lot of time and study in order to create a program of the highest caliber for our students, and our members agree. When reviewing the slides, we were concerned to see a proposed schedule that featured a lengthened school day. We want to remind you that when we previously had elementary Spanish instruction in our district, it fit in the regular school day. No extension of the day is necessary if the district wishes to implement a world language curriculum. Introducing a new program like this would require the creation of an entire world language curriculum for grades TK through 5, in addition to at least 5 new certificated staff members with experience and credentials to teach Spanish or another world language.
We implore you to not take a vote on this issue tonight. It would be a disservice to our students to rush a decision on this. Please wait until our district has a new superintendent and the time necessary to determine the best way to implement any new program. Our previous Spanish program had a multi-year implementation plan. MVTA members know that world language programs can have a positive learning outcome for students. Our support is proven in the fact that we backed the implementation of the Spanish program when it was brought to the Mill Valley School District in 2018. MVTA members want what's best for students. We have also read tonight's slides on enrollment. We noticed the slide about current class size averages across the district. The data being shared with you tonight shows that our district currently has, on average, small class sizes in grades TK through 8. The data also shows that our district can afford to maintain these learning conditions for our students because our reserve continues to grow. When class sizes do increase above ideal levels for student learning, additional supports are needed for students and teachers so that all students can succeed. Maintaining a low student-to-teacher ratio and providing additional aid time, release time, and compensation for classes that exceed certain thresholds should be a high priority and goal for the district.
We want to reiterate that we're not proposing class size caps at the elementary level. We are proposing support for students and balanced class sizes across the district. As we told Dr. Berman and Laura Myers on Monday, MBTA members believe the district should keep all of the first grade classrooms open for next year and hire enough TK and K teachers to keep primary classes at or below 20. Our district's youngest learners need and deserve the most one-on-one attention that we can provide. When making staffing decisions for next year, please remember that when you choose to keep classes, instead of collapsing them, you also support students by keeping teaching teams intact. Our teachers are at their most effective when they can collaborate with the same colleagues at the same grade level for multiple years. Our students deserve the best class sizes and the best academic instruction we can offer. And then we want to talk a little bit about bargaining. MVTA's bargaining team has met 4 times with management and has been bargaining in good faith with management's bargaining team. When we met on February 28th, management was not prepared with counterproposals on Articles 10 and 18, or for a multi-year deal on compensation, an idea they had originally proposed on February 16th. We were scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., and management did not provide counterproposals until 1 p.m. that day.
MBTA's team and MBTA's members were very concerned when we did see management's counterproposals because not only did they reject MBTA's proposals to add supports for students into our contract, they expressed a desire to eliminate current contract language that guarantees aid support for our elementary students and teachers. MBTA's team is currently facing strong resistance to their proposals to increase or maintain classroom supports in the form of aid time, release time, prep time, and class size. Because it would take too long to read everything to you, we have a summary of management's counterproposals that we have received that we know would have negative impacts on children.
We'll give them to them at the end.
Okay, I thought Linda was going to hand them to you. Okay, we wanted to highlight that in Article 10, hours of employment, management has proposed to eliminate existing contract language that guarantees elementary aid time of any amount, as well as reject the majority of MBTA's proposals to improve student learning conditions. Additionally, in Article 18, class size, management has proposed to eliminate existing contract language that guarantees the support of aid time and release time for large class sizes in TK through 5th grade and reject MBTA's proposals to lower the student contact cap in 6th through 8th grade classes.
MBTA members and community members have been writing in support of MBTA's student-centered proposals. We have been made aware that Dr. Berman is responding to our members' emails that have been sent in support of the bargaining team's proposal. In her responses, she has stated that she's not sure where our members are getting these ideas and that management has no plans to reduce aid time, prep time, or class time. If the management team and the board have no plans to reduce aid time, prep time, or increase class sizes, then their bargaining proposals should reflect those values. We return to the table on March 20th. MBTA's bargaining team will continue to come to the table prepared and ready to negotiate. We are calling on the management team and the school board to come back to the table with counterproposals that are best for our students, the best classroom environments, the best supports, and the best teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and now we go on to approval of the consent agenda. So I'd like to ask if there is any item on the consent agenda that anybody would wish to pull out at this time. Okay, may I have a motion then to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, with the caveat of anything on my Form 700.
Opposed? All right, thank you. So now we move to our presentations, and the first one will be an enrollment update, transitional kindergarten, 8th grade, and preliminary planning. I do want to also just articulate that this section of presentations, there's no actionable item. We are not voting on any of these items. We may be providing direction, just to give clarification. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you
for joining
want
us.
to do I?
Did I miss something? Oh, my apologies. Yes, let me state for I that there is no item that has been removed from the consent agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, but maybe bring that closer
Like
just in
short.
case. I know.
Okay. The district office staff will be presenting the current enrollment and enrollment projections. My colleagues will introduce themselves during the presentation. The current enrollment update and planning for 2023 and 24 is a collaborative process with the administrative council, which includes the school administrators and directors. Our goal is to align enrollment and planning with the district's strategic plan objectives, which include balanced learners, supported staff, communications, and sound finance and infrastructure. The enrollment planning includes facilities and operations, student support services, including early intervention, special education, and educational services, as well as human resources and educational technology. The enrollment projections need to consider programmatic needs for student success and align with board policy, education code, and comply with the California Department of Education. So let's move to the first slide. This first slide shows the current year enrollment. So this is a snapshot of our current enrollment for 22-23. And we did want to show the class size for all grades for TK through 8th grade. And you'll see that we also have listed the class size averages and also the total enrollment for that grade. And so, for example, for transitional kindergarten, there are 22 students, 3 classes. This is all available on our website. Just so people know, the presentation is available on our website. The adult to student ratio for kindergarten as well as transitional kindergarten is a 1:11 adult to student ratio, and that includes a full-time equivalent certificated teacher as well as a 6-hour instructional aide. Currently, every TK and kindergarten class has a 6-hour instructional aide, and there is a memorandum of understanding posted to the website with the teachers union that this will remain in place through June 2024. Moreover, school districts that have transitional K are required by the California Department of Education to maintain an adult-student ratio of 1 adult to every 12 students. So let's move to the next slide.
Hello, my name is Kate Sprague, and I am the Director of Educational Technology and Accountability. And this slide that I'm going to share with you next is very colorful, and it shows 2 main things. The first on the top chart is the class size history with the low, high, and average for each grade from 2015-16 through to 2022-2023. For example, the column on the far right shows those things straight down for 2015-16, and if you follow the row across, you could see the TK averages. 19-20, 20-21, and 21-22 are gaps because that was while the state was working out what UTK would look like, and 22-23 reflects the introduction of universal TK and those phased-in deadline or phased-in eligibility. The bottom chart shows the number of classrooms per grade and the total district enrollment for that grade. The colors on the chart show the movement of a cohort of students through the years. For example, starting on the top chart with the purple band in K in 2015-16, you can follow that purple band on the diagonal down and follow the average for that cohort through the grades. On the lower chart, you can do the same thing for that K purple cohort starting in 2015-16, and you can see the number of classrooms or sections at each grade level for that cohort of students and the number of students enrolled in that grade year after year. The colors do repeat in the upper and left and upper right and lower left corners. Those don't correspond to the same students who use those colors in a full diagonal line, just a reuse of the rainbow colors. Sorry for that confusion. The 3, I already mentioned the 3 blank TK sections. So for example, across K, if you follow that line across, you can see that class sizes shift each year based on the number of students registered and the number of those students requesting each school, which can be based on things like the number of siblings or the distance from home for where those families request. And that does change year to year. Across a grade on the bottom chart, we can also see that the number of sections at any grade can change year to year as the number of enrolled students changes year to year. And if you follow a cohort down, you can see better the consistency in the number of cohorts, the number of sections at that grade because the cohort number stays similar. These numbers are tied to the number of enrolled students and the school preferences of those families, as well as the efforts of the district with the team that Dr. Rollins mentioned every year based on current enrollment numbers to maintain those class sizes as we move through the grades.
So let's move to the next slide. So we have already started planning for the 23-24 enrollment. We actually start planning for that in the fall. of usually September, October, and then we have everything lined up. So right after the winter recess, we're able to go with our online registration. So with that, we open the round one registration, which is our first sort of solicitation of registration. And you can see that we have our banners up in the community, as well as putting out communications through our newsletters, as well as contacting preschools as well in order to ensure that the word is out that our registration is open. So the first round concluded at the end of February, on February 28th. We are now in round two, and so this gives us the ability to evaluate where our numbers are and also our staffing prior to the March 15th deadline. After the last day of school, the last student day of the academic year, we go into round three and we accept registrations all throughout the school year. And then we place students prior to the first student day, but keep in mind that we are taking registrations all throughout the year for every student that moves into the Mill Valley School District. So there's placements all throughout the year, but the primary registration period is really the first two rounds for us to be able to place students at their first and second preferences. Families are asked for their first and second preference of schools, but just depending on the proximity, there is a board policy that we'll move to with the next slide. So this is hard to see, but it's also on our website. We do have a board policy 5111.4, and families may indicate their school preference, but the Mill Valley School District does not have neighborhood schools. And therefore, students can elect and state their preference when they register where they would like to be. Some are choosing particular schools based on aftercare, based on carpooling, or based on student activities. And so this is a process that we have been using for a number of years, and it does allow students to place their preference during their registration period. In addition to placement, we always want to consider siblings that are already in the district, and so we have listed the considerations, which are also on our website, and we want to keep siblings together, and I would say especially more so since the pandemic. So I would say since 2020, the district has made a concerted effort to ensure that families are not placed at separate schools. In addition to that, we also consider our facility capacity and class size, proximity to the residents of school choice, and also identified special education and programmatic needs. In addition to that, we look at the overall balance of class sizes across the district. We've also added a link to this presentation where you can see those frequently asked questions that are on our website that provide additional details. And the next slide, just going back to transitional kindergarten, because this is our first year back in transitional kindergarten. And this is a 2-year kindergarten program. And what's meant by that is it's 1 year of transitional kindergarten followed by a year of kindergarten. And so this is part of the California Department of Education. There is a requirement that there are specific credentials that are required for that we'll review shortly. And I also wanted to say with transitional kindergarten, there is a consideration in terms of our facilities. We do need to have what I would say a kindergarten classroom square footage, which is generally larger than a regular classroom. In addition to that, we work closely with our Director of Operations, Maintenance Operations, and Safety in order to ensure that there is a designated restroom, which is also a requirement. As you know, Edna McGuire is the perfect school for that, being newly built. The kindergarten wing has designations in terms of meeting that square footage, as well as restroom facilities.
All right, looking at the credentialing requirements for the transitional kindergarten position. So as stated in Ed Code, in order for a credentialed teacher to serve in a transitional kindergarten assignment, they must meet one of the 3 requirements set by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. The first requirement option is 24 units in early childhood education or development. The second option is the equivalent of 24 units in comparable professional experience, or the third option of childhood development teacher permit. So this requirement will take full effect this upcoming school year. As you can see on August 1st, 2023, this past year, a multiple subject credential was acceptable for this position.
Thank you, and that was Dagmar Derrickson, our Director of Human Resources. So if we move to the next slide, we wanted to show in the green the eligibility for universal transitional kindergarten, and then the two columns on the right in yellow are the eligibility dates for kindergarten. And so this was an intentional rollout by the California Department of Education to phase in the birth dates, date of birth windows. And so you'll see that this started in 22-23 in the purple, we're at the current calendar year that we're in now, fiscal year. And then it does move into full implementation for the 25-26 school year. And so you can see that we did have anything, I just want to note that anything in red is a correction that has been made since the agenda has been posted, but they are noted in red.
Okay, next slide, please. So next, we just wanted to give a snapshot of transitional kindergarten for the current school year. This year, we have 3 transitional kindergarten classes. The current cost for those classes is around $168,000 per classroom. The adult-to-student ratio in those classrooms is at or below 1 to 12, and again, that is through the 1.0 full-time equivalent certificated teacher per classroom, and also the 6-hour per day classified instructional assistant for each classroom. We have 3 classrooms at a 1 to 24 ratio. You saw earlier that the class size average in those classrooms is 22 this year. Some considerations around transitional kindergarten. Community-funded districts, which we are, receive no state funding for the TK average daily attendance. Instead, they're funded through the general operating budget. And some context from our neighboring districts. Currently, Larkspur-Corte Madera School District does not offer TK due to that lack of state funding. Sausalito, Marin City, and Reed Union School Districts are both offering transitional kindergarten programs. Thank you. Next slide. Or correct slide, thank you. So next, these are the round 1 enrollment projections for 2023 and 2024 for transitional kindergarten and kindergarten. So the first row across shows the round 1 registered students. We've had 87 students register for transitional kindergarten and 215 students register for kindergarten. Based on our current ratios, we would project 4 classes of transitional kindergarten students, which would be an average of 21.75 students, and then 10 classes of kindergarten, 2 classes per school at an average of 21.5 students per class. Same considerations, the certificated teacher and 6-hour per day instructional assistant, and with those current numbers, that would be a 1 to 11 adult to student ratio in the classroom. This is, of course, working towards that balanced student placement and new student placement based on the program and student needs as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So additional considerations for transitional kindergarten. It was requested that we gather some information from the community for people who would be interested in transitional kindergarten but fell outside of the CDE phased admittance to TK age guidelines. So the 5-year statewide birth date transition plan is what you saw on that previous slide with the green and yellow dates for the phased-in implementation of transitional kindergarten for all eligible, up to all eligible students. Assembly Bill 22 is the bill that relates to that transition plan. So our district responses to the survey that we had as of February 28th, 2023 for birth dates outside of the CDE guidelines for TK admittance included 13 responses from families whose birthdays fell from April 3rd to June 2nd, and we chose that window because that represents the next window of phased admittance to TK. 6 responses for families whose children's birth dates fell between June 3rd and September 1st, and 5 responses for families whose children are actually eligible for K but would like to be considered for TK rather than kindergarten. It's important to note that the district must enroll and provide classroom placement for all students, including TK students who meet the criteria we set out throughout the school year. So, for example, this year in TK, even after the first day of school, we are required to admit any student that shows proof of residency in Mill Valley and a date of birth within those that phased eligibility. Based on the current numbers, we are recommending at this time maintaining the Assembly Bill 22 and CDE birth date window for students who meet the current eligibility criteria, allowing for that placement of additional students and understanding that any additional students would increase class size as well.
And I just wanted to jump in here. So just an example for our current year transitional kindergarten is that during the winter recess, we did disenroll 2 students who moved outside the district. But by January, when we started back up, the first week of January, we welcomed 3 new transitional kindergarten students that met the criteria. So just being mindful of that is that students do move in and out of the district, and we will welcome them regardless of what time of the year it is. And so just keeping in mind those numbers and the criteria eligibility window.
Good evening, I'm Laura Myers. I'm Director of Educational Services, and I'm going to talk about the enrollment update and planning for next school year. These 2 tables show our current student numbers that are enrolled in kindergarten at each of the school sites. The table on the left shows if we were to take the 2 current classes of kindergarten at each school site and roll them up to 2 first grade classrooms at each school site. The table on the right shows if we were to take the current kindergarten classrooms, 2 kindergarten classrooms, and roll them up into 3 classrooms at each school site. Just for a comparison of numbers, again, as Michelle pointed out earlier, the red was an update. We had some bad math. So it doesn't signify anything other than an update since the presentation was posted. The gray indicates that while these are what the numbers would look like if we were to move to 3 classrooms at each school site, we don't have the space to do so. We don't have the facilities. We don't have open classrooms to add another class, especially one that would roll up year upon year at the 3 smaller school sites. Next slide. Similar tables. So the numbers again, the whole numbers are our current enrollment in kindergarten and what this would look like if we were to roll them up into first grade classrooms. The table on the left shows if we were to take the 2 current kindergarten classrooms and roll them into 3 first grade classrooms at Tam Valley. The parentheses show that if we were then to create a 3rd classroom at Tam Valley and then move students based on the current wait list, what the class numbers would look like in that scenario. The other sites are grayed out to show that they would maintain 2 classrooms at each first grade and subsequent class. The table on the right similarly shows the same scenario if we were to do that at Tam Valley and Edna McGuire, and again, that would take the current 2 kindergarten classrooms, roll them into 3 first grade classrooms at Tam Valley and Edna McGuire, and then the parentheses show if we were to move students based on the current wait list, what the class numbers would look like. In this scenario, the class numbers range from the smallest being at Edna at 15 students per class to the largest being 22 at Old Mill.
And one consideration is that when we do start classes with balanced numbers.
What happened? What? I missed that.
When we start classes that are balanced, we have more flexibility with the placement of new students or later registrations as families move in, whereas when we have classes that are less balanced, those are the classes where new students are placed regardless of the family preference or proximity to their school. And next slide, please. We have one more slide. So we've covered quite a few things, a lot of numbers, a lot of tables. Thank you for sticking with us. There are 4 main topics that we've covered here tonight. The Universal Transitional Kindergarten Assembly Bill 22 phased admittance date window, the Universal Transitional Kindergarten and K classroom ratios, the first grade classrooms, and then looking at the 4th grade classrooms based on our sections, the current number of sections in 3rd grade. And we've made recommendations for each of those. So for the Universal Transitional Kindergarten Assembly Bill 22 phased admittance date window, we recommend maintaining the phased admittance date window, sticking with that April 2nd birth date eligibility guide. And of course, again, continuing to enroll students who meet that criteria in transitional kindergarten as they register. For the universal transitional kindergarten and K classroom ratios, our recommendation is that we maintain class sizes up to 24 and maintain the adult to student ratios at or below 1 to 12. For now, that is projecting 4 transitional kindergarten classrooms and maintaining 10 K classrooms, 2 at each site. And our goal is always to keep class sizes as small as possible and balanced across the district with those 10 K classrooms. Regarding the first grade classrooms, we recommend that we consider increasing 1 classroom to 11 first grade sections from 10 K sections. And for the fourth grade classrooms, that we roll all 4 of the third grade sections to 4 fourth grade sections at Edna McGuire, maintaining that average class size of 20.75.
And then I'll just add for the board's consideration is that the current year for 22-23, average teacher salary is $103,000 plus just under $25,000 for benefits, with an annual salary of approximately $128,300. So that is per full-time equivalent teacher on average, and so that is for the board's consideration when evaluating staffing and potential class configurations. So that concludes our presentation. We're all happy to answer any questions and have further discussion.
So before we do that, though, we need to ask that public comment, and we do have some public comment on class size. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, thank you. All right, so public comment, we have 17 total public comments, so if we did the math right, then we're going to provide 2 minutes each per comment, and if you could limit your comments to the presentation and class size, I'll do what I did before, is identify 2 speakers, and we can make this a move quickly for you. So first is Jennifer Foskett, I believe, and Karen Engel.
Anna Curtis. Karen Engel went in the previous section.
Sorry.
Karen went earlier.
Sorry.
Prep time.
There you go.
No worries. I guess we can share this one. Okay. Hi, I am Jennifer Foskett, and this is Anna Curtis. We teach 2nd grade at Edna McGuire. Thank you so much for all that you do to support the children of Mill Valley, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here this evening. We would like to express our concerns around class size in our district. 28 of our collective teaching years in this district have been spent teaching primary grades, 1st grade, and 2nd grade. Just as you saw in the slideshows presented earlier about the historical class sizes, our classes have always been at or around 20. Our average class size has never, ever been 24. This year, I have the largest primary class I've ever had. I have 23 2nd graders. It's a whole extra table group compared to what I had just last year. Management has already increased our class sizes by loading us as close to 24 as possible and eliminating kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade classrooms at various sites. Management has increased our class sizes. We have spoken up and voiced our concerns as we've seen this happening. We've expressed dismay over the timing of this increase in class sizes. Just as we're learning the true ramifications of the pandemic, just as we are seeing more social, emotional, behavioral, and academic needs in our students, management has increased our class sizes. This is not what is best for children.
And yet, as labor negotiations continue, management seems intent on having class sizes of 24 in primary grades. This makes a difference in our ability to support our students in all their myriad of needs. Simply put, more students mean less attention, less small group support, less one-on-one support, less social emotional support, less behavioral support, less academic support, less time to innovate, less time to research new curriculum, less time to learn new instructional strategies, and less time to implement best practices. Sure, we can teach 24 kids, but at what cost to the kids?
Thank you. Angel Moore, please, followed by Adam Sanchez with Julie Bremer.
Hello, I am Angel Moore, parent of Cecilia and Eloise Moore, second grader in kindergarten at Tam Valley Elementary. The Mill Valley School District, the administration, the Union of Teachers, and parents are a strong community. We all have worked hard to get here. Small class size is what our children need to thrive. In small class sizes, each student gets noticed. In smaller classes, students get more. Students get more from their teachers and are less likely to fall behind in coursework. Small class sizes also encourages students to take part in discussions and are more able to express their opinions. Learning is enhanced in smaller class sizes. Not only do students learn more in smaller classes, but they also learn faster. Smaller classes progress through course materials more quickly. Their learning is enhanced by the confidence that students develop in this intimate environment. Students are encouraged to share their opinions and ask and answer questions, which also benefits their peers. Smaller classes provide better results. Research shows that students in smaller classes have higher grades and perform better on assessments. Small class size allows individualized instruction. Teachers have more time to individualize their instruction, ensuring that each student understands the material, can get help if needed, so that each student is able to reach his or her own potential. Teachers can teach and reach in smaller class sizes. Teachers of small classes have more opportunities to assess individuals as well as the classroom as a whole. For those who need support or for those who need more, small class size allows teachers to support the needs of each student. Small class size enables students and teachers to focus on learning. In learning environments with a limited number of students, teachers can spend more time teaching and less time trying to regain the attention of those who are easily distracted. Teachers can also cater to students' different learning styles and ensure that they stay engaged and understand the subject matter. I'll close by saying that my hope is that the board, the administration, and the Union of Teachers collaborate to support all of our children. They need us all.
Thank you very much. Adam Sanchez and Julie Bremer, who will be followed by Heidi Hudson.
Hi, Adam had to leave. I'm Julie Bremer. I teach first grade at Edna McGuire. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Berman. Tonight we got to see some slides put together by management that show that 215 Mill Valley children will be entering kindergarten in the 23-24 school year. Management is projecting 10 kindergarten classes with exactly 21.5 students in each class. These are the 215 children that are enrolled as of today, March 2023. This doesn't include students who will enroll in round 2, round 3, or this summer. There will definitely be more than 215 kindergartners next year. There are always more kindergartners enrolling after March. Just for a moment tonight, let's imagine that we do just have those 215 kindergartners next year. Let's just play with those numbers a little bit. If we had 11 kindergarten classes, allowing Tam Valley to have 3 classes, that would mean 19.5 children in each class. And if we divided that 215 by 12, this would allow both Edna and Tam Valley to have 3 kindergarten classes next year. And then the class average would be 18 students per class. Now again, this doesn't even include any children who will enroll in the next 2 rounds or over the summer. It seems like the prudent thing to do to have 12 total kindergartens with a minimum of 18 kids each. A minimum of 18 kids. This is what's best for kids. Let's have some foresight, think ahead, and make a plan that best supports our youngest learners. Thank you.
Thank you. After Heidi Hudson, is Heidi here? All right. Is Michael? Oh, Michael, you have a beautiful last name like mine that I will destroy. Bratzofalis. I hope I did that with some honor. And he's on Zoom. Okay, well, he'll hear me again. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Heidi Hudson, and I am mom of Grady Hudson, who's a kindergartner at Tam Valley. We're in room 30, Miss Mountseer, and just, you know, I have this awesome opportunity of being a room mom this time, which after COVID is such a gift where you get to actually get into the classroom and see these kids. And I just cherish the moments I'm in there because, I mean, 24 5- and 6-year-olds who are so excited to be together and have these activities, the energy is amazing. You go in to do a Christmas craft with them, and you are there for like 2.5 hours. I'm not complaining, but handing out Valentine's Day cards did take a little bit longer than I expected. And I just want to say, like, Grady is the most healthy, robust, tall young boy, and he's also very physically and emotionally sensitive. And with all of that wonderful energy in the room, he brings that energy home, and he carries that in his body. And you see there are a lot of little nervous tics that come up. There's a lot of nail biting or nose picking or teeth grinding. And I think that there's just a lot that's happening with the transition, especially from preschool during COVID times when people are outside as much as possible, moving their bodies, to, you know, the kindergarten day, which is a longer day, and they spend so much energy just sitting in those chairs, just doing what they can do to sit still for that longer day. And I think it's just so important that we take care of everyone's mental health these days. Everyone's, from the children to the teachers. We have masking and COVID, and we have lockdown drills. And I almost thought about keeping Grady home for that, but I knew that with Miss Mountseer, she could navigate that well. But I just ask that we really take in consideration everything that we're facing together today, and if we can have smaller class sizes, we should.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's see if we can get Michael on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael. Welcome.
Thank you. I will keep this short and sweet. As so many people have already mentioned, the lower class size is quite critical to the education and development of our young children. So I'm very much in support of it, and I hope it does consider that lower class size recommendation. I would also like to speak out on behalf of the parents that are waitlisted in schools where they are currently first preference cannot access. I was also a waitlisted parent. We were lucky enough to get placed in our school of choice, and it made a huge difference for us being a part of that local community. And it seems, as I look at the recommendation, if we allow those students that are waitlisted to join the school of choice, it will also accommodate the lower class size if we keep the 3 class sizes for the first grade. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, we have Dan Cuttleford. And if he could identify himself as well, that'd be great. Okay, let's see if he comes back. Also on Zoom, Anna Harris. Do we have Anna? Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Anna Harris, and I'm a TK teacher at Edna McGuire. I'm currently in my 15th year of teaching in Mill Valley, and I'm speaking tonight to invite board members and district management to come and visit my classroom to really understand the daily life of our 4- and 5-year-old students, and why it is crucial that we maintain or lessen class sizes to 20 or less at each school to ensure both TK and kindergarten classes will have full-time aides beyond next year. The thing is, I truly care for all of my 23 students. That's right, 23 TKers. And I'm confident that they know this. I know they do. But I also know that I could be serving my students and their families better if classes were smaller next year. Having 20 or less students would mean more time and attention to help the students who cry and run away when they get dropped off. More attention and time for the students who might not know the letters of their name yet, and it's already March. More individualized attention for the 4 kids who just had a potty accident at the same time. True story. More individualized attention for the boy who just wants to know how to write "I love you" on the card he's writing for his mom. More individualized attention for the girl who's hiding under a desk because the fire alarm just went off again. More individualized attention for when I need to spend 1 hour or more per student per trimester to individually assess what they know so that I can know what's best to focus on teaching them next. If your child were starting TK or kindergarten next year, wouldn't you also want them to get that individualized attention from their teacher and aide? This is why I humbly ask the district and board members to consider thinking ahead and committing to smaller class sizes across all schools and maintain kindergarten and aide time going forward in perpetuity, not just next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Mary Scrivener on Zoom. Is she there? All right,
Can you
Mary,
hear
welcome.
me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, I just, before I start, want to know if we are echoing to you because everyone else is echoing to us on Zoom.
No, we can hear you well, but you're saying we're echoing. Okay. You
So
hear us
whoever's
echoing.
listening on Zoom, there's an echo. I'm not sure if you can fix that.
Thank you. We're going to. Oh, you're hearing the echo here, so it might be because of the room. Our apologies. We'll look into that.
Okay, and just the last 2 people were all echoing.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay. Thank you.
My name is Mary Scrivener. I'm a first grade teacher at Tam Valley, and I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I've been a teacher for 31 years, 25 of those years in Mill Valley, 19 years as a first grade teacher at Tam Valley. My own children went to Mill Valley School and are college graduates. I've been an integral part of this community for many years. I'm asking that you listen to the voice of the parents and teachers in regard to class size. I presently have 19 students in my class. Increasing my class to 24 students would have the following impact on the students: less reading group locations, less math center skills groups, less writing workshop skill building, less phonics reteaching time, less time per student, a multitude of social and emotional issues. These are just a few of the impacts of increasing class size. There are many more that I did not get to address. Currently, there is not a cap on class size in the contract. Instead, if class size is above a certain level, then there are extra supports in place. We are asking that current class size be lowered. As a dedicated Mill Valley teacher, I want to ensure that all of my students get the academic and emotional skills that they deserve in first grade. More students in each class makes that extremely hard to fulfill. Thank you. I know that we all want what is best for students.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. Next, we have Shannon Kidwell and excuse me. Come on up. Thank you very much. Coming up together. Followed by Anna Briggs.
Dear Dr. Berman and members of the board, I have a first grader at Tam Valley and an incoming kindergartner. We appreciate you listening to our current kindergarten parents and being receptive to our solution for maintaining a third first grade class. In slide 11 of your presentation, with waitlist moves, it appears that Tam Valley and Edna should have 3 first grade classes. In slide 8 on planning for next year's kindergarten class, we are requesting more transparency with the data and planning. What were the first round placement numbers from last school year? Regarding kindergarten projections, how have these numbers changed historically from round 1 to the first day of school for each of our 5 schools? We want to see the numbers broken down for each school, not just a projected average class size of 21.5. In statistics, averages can be misleading and don't tell the whole story. We fear that planning for an average class size of 21.5 students across the district is an easy way to repeat what happened last year, where 2 Tam Valley kindergarten classes quickly reached max capacity of 24 kids. As you know, Tam Valley is geographically unique, as the next closest elementary school is 3 to 4 miles away from all other elementary schools. Because of this, Tam Valley will more than likely always be the first to be filled to maximum capacity if left with only 2 kindergarten classes. It will always leave a number of families split between schools and placed across the district. We represent over 300 Mill Valley residents, and we want to know what you, our elected officials, will do to prevent maxing out kindergarten classes again next year. We urge you to focus on reintroducing 3 kindergarten classes at Tam Valley and Edna, even if it means having only 18 kids per class. These children coming into kindergarten this fall were 2 years old when the pandemic began. Most missed significant preschool and general socialization time. My daughter never was able to go to library story time. Because enrollment is ongoing, because it takes time to hire additional teachers, and because our ask is a small budget request in relation to our reserves, we're asking that you prioritize small class sizes for our youngest learners.
Thank you.
I'm Shannon Kidwell, and I have a first grader at TAM and an incoming kindergartner as well. And so for those who are in attendance, we'd like to ask you some questions. Please raise your hand if you are unhappy with the large kindergarten classes this year. Please raise your hand if you feel that your child or student would receive a better education academically through more one-on-one attention in a smaller class size. Please raise your hand if you feel your child or student would be better supported in their social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs with smaller class sizes. Please raise your hand if, based off the upcoming kindergarten projections we just saw and the recommended 10 classes, you believe the district could make the same mistake as this current year, which resulted in 23 and 24 students at Tam and Edna. Please raise your hand if you feel the district should prioritize smaller class sizes and teacher retention as they plan for the next school year. Please raise your hand if you feel that your teachers would be better supported if they had 18 to 20 students next year versus 24 students. Please raise your hand if you agree that a district that fails to truly value its teachers fails to value its children. We're all here for the same reason as all of you are. For the well-being of our children and their education, and we feel we must focus on the most pressing issue for the district right now, and which is smaller class sizes and teacher retention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna, for coming up, and then Emily Spady, please.
Hi, my name is Alana Briggs. First off, thank you for allowing us to be here today and have our voices heard. Having grown up here in Mill Valley, I feel very blessed that my children hopefully get to have a very similar experience as I did going through the Mill Valley School District. I'm here today as a parent. I'm here to advocate for my children and for all the children in the community, and I'm also here as an educator. I have spent over a decade in early childhood education. I've been a teacher, an assistant director, and a director. So I know firsthand how important classroom sizes are. And as educators, we know the benefits of having small classrooms, and we know that all the studies that prove this and that emphasize this. Smaller classroom sizes lead to more one-on-one attention from the teacher. Teachers really get to know their students, they get to know their strengths, their weaknesses, and their interests, and then are able to provide them with better learning experiences and opportunities. Students get to know each other. These early years are kind of the core time that they're building these friendships, and having the smaller classroom size would give them a better opportunity to get to know their peers. Excuse me. Teachers can also tailor instructions more individually, especially needed these next few years, I feel, with TK being brought back into the school district. I think that we may see some differences in the learning, some children that did attend TK this year and then children that did not because they did not did not qualify for it. And then they're expected to all be in kindergarten next year. There's less disruption in the classroom. Small class has a positive effect on students' attitudes, which tends to improve classroom management. And there's more time for instruction, which ultimately leads to more learning and learning faster. I just want to say real quick on my personal experience, my son was in kindergarten last year. He is now in first grade, and he had an amazing experience, and that was when we had 3 kindergarten classrooms at Tam Valley School. And he was able to really get that one-on-one time with his teacher. He trusted his teacher. He enjoyed going to school every day. And I just fear that my daughter might miss that same opportunity.
Thank you very much. After Emily, we'll have Scott and Nicholas.
Hi, I'm Emily Spady. I have a 5-year-old who's at Tam Valley as a kindergartner and a 3-year-old who will hopefully be there someday. We have loved Tam Valley Elementary. It is such a community. We get to bike our son to school every day, which is such a privilege. The things that are not awesome have been the 24 kids that are in his classroom. I volunteer often, and I have a master's in elementary ed. I have taught 1st and 3rd grade, and it is so clear the strain on the kids and the teachers in that classroom. They are not able to have deep, focused learning with that many individuals around them. They're only 5 and 6. Like, they can't do a group presentation to the class because it's too many kids to get through one individual presentation at a time. These are skills that we want our kids to have, deep focused learning, being able to present. They might be able to use it one day and in front of a school board. And I feel like these are things that we should be caring about as a district. We're relying heavily on veteran teachers like Ms. Garton and aides in the classroom and the privilege of parental volunteers in order to make 24 kids work in a classroom. We can do better. We can do better for our kids. We can bring back the additional kindergarten and 1st grade classrooms that were taken away and reduce those class sizes. I really appreciate you guys listening to all of us. It's a lot of us tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Scott Burson and Nicholas Morphopoulos. Did I do that right? Morphopoulos, thank you.
It's like less. It's like Lesfopolis, but it's more. That's what my father used to always say. Scott Evans. I'm going to read for him. I live in Mill Valley. My spouse and I are parents of 1st grader at Tam Valley. I would like to voice my strong support for decreasing the class size and reinstating a 3rd kindergarten class at Tam Elementary. I was alarmed to hear last year that the 3 kindergarten classes were being consolidated into 2. Mill Valley School District's excellent reputation is a big reason we chose to move to Mill Valley in 2018, and a small class size is a big part of this. Smaller class size has been shown to dramatically affect both the child's and teacher's experience in the classroom. A class size of 24 is too big for kindergarten class. Having an ideal classroom environment as well as retaining our excellent teachers at Tam Valley should be a top priority. I think the recent move to consolidate classes with the result of increasing class size is detrimental to both of these things. I'm also concerned about the above resulting in families being split up between schools. This places undue burden on families. I hope you will take these considerations to heart and seriously reconsider kindergarten class size at Tam Elementary. Thank you, Scott Evans. As far as myself, Dr. Nick Morphopoulos, I'm a veterinarian in town. I left a clientele of 25 years up north to come down here where I could find a better school district for my son. And I have, but I am disappointed about the decrease in class size, the increase in class size. And I feel that it's a strain on the teachers who we so value highly and want to keep here. I won't take any more of your time, but I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. We have Talia K. Lee coming up after Sarah Jensen. Oh, I'm sorry. That's, yes, you are. Thank you so much for being here.
So, my name is Charlie Bush, and my daughter is JJ in Miss Monsieur's class. When thinking about this topic, it kind of came up to me that this is around what's possible to do versus what's healthiest to do, which is a constant theme in parenting for me. You know, when I'm talking to my daughter, you can eat ice cream all day long, but you might throw up at the end of the day. You can watch TV all day long, but you might not sleep at the end of the day. And when I asked my daughter's teacher, was there a clear example I could bring tonight of what a larger class size had a difference in her education, Mrs. Monsieur was pretty clear. It took her until March to open up. My daughter's an introvert. She's really funny. She has a tiger claw sound, which goes rah, and she's got a unicorn paw, and she's working on a dragon claw. She's got her own knock-knock jokes. But it took her until March, a month and a half from the end of school, to start talking to other classmates. She would sit by herself and play. This is a distinct difference from her preschool of 16 students, where it took her until November. This is a real difference. And I don't know if this is the best thing to do when we're coming out of a pandemic. We have a lot of anxious students, and we're just making them a little bit more anxious. I don't know about you guys, but I get anxious in big groups, and these are little kids. So can we fill the classes to 24? Yeah, you guys have the right and the regulation and the mandate to do it, but is it the healthiest thing to do for our kids? Well, that's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Talia, and then Ann Purdy.
Hi again. I'm back. Short and sweet. As Julie Bremer brought up, as you consider the information in TKK and first grade projections, please ask how these numbers have historically changed from round one to the first day of school. For example, last year, there was 54 TK students that were enrolled by June, and then there were 66 students enrolled by the first day of school. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After Ann, we have Emily Spady. Okay, you're good. You're good. All right, and then we'll have Dan Cuttaford. Is he? Well, let's see. We'll keep looking. Thank you, Ann. Welcome.
Yes. I'm Ann Purdy Silcox. I'm a daughter. My daughter Ruby is in Mrs. Garton's class this year. I want to thank all of you for putting together the presentation on class size and really considering us. It makes me feel very heard as a parent that this is something that we're discussing so actively and that you're really looking at the data and looking at it clearly. It seems that you are making the recommendation to add a first grade class back to Tam Valley, and that's great to see. So I want to thank you for listening to us. But I'm not just here for my daughter. And I can't really get back some of the harm that was caused by being in such a large classroom. Hearing the talk of anxiety, that's definitely something that I've seen in my daughter over the last year, which is something that you can't fix. I'm also here, though, to support the entering kindergartners and the kindergarten teachers and their aides to make sure we don't repeat last year's mistake. I'm really curious to understand the enrollment and just figuring out all the kids that might come after this first round, because that was a problem that we saw last year, and it did seem to be something that we can hopefully fix. The issue of class size is important to me, not only for my children's education and other kids, but also to retain our great teachers. In order for this to be a great school district, our teachers need to feel seen and feel heard. And our teachers are telling us that they need small class sizes, they need prep time, they need aid time, they need competitive wages. Before I had a student in this district, I thought a school was all about its teachers. But now I see that a key part of engaging and retaining those teachers is that they feel supported, recognized, and listened to by the administration and by the district. So more than anything, my ask tonight is that you listen to our teachers so that they can have what they need to teach our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see if we have Dan. Okay, we hope that he will write us a letter or come back. All right, so this concludes public comment, and now I'd like to open it up for board discussion.
So, we have a lot less students in our district now, and as far as I know, I'm a little bit confused as a parent and as a board member, because a few years ago, per student spending in our district was $16,000. I think last year it was 21, and from my conversation with Kimberly, it might now be 25. And if I look at the class size, I mean, it's kind of stayed the same despite having a lot less students. And as a parent and as a board member, shouldn't one benefit of having more per student spending be smaller class size? I need to really look at the financials for me to question this. So that's my caveat. And another question is, I think part of the issue is that we are relying upon first, as somebody said, we are relying upon the first round of enrollment information to decide on the class size and number of classroom for TK and kindergarten for next year. And I like to really understand how many students we typically get in round 2 and round 3 in terms of percentage of the total enrollment, because I'd like us to be a little bit more proactive in anticipating how many total students we're going to have in kindergarten and TK, and not just limit ourselves to the current enrollment numbers and have the same situation as we did last year, where people waited and we ended up filling the classes to the maximum size. So that will be my focus.
Can we get an answer then to, shall we start with this? Your second question is, would you like her to repeat?
Sure. The second question, I believe, was where we are in terms of round 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we know where you're in round 1, but typically, what percentage of students are enrolled in round 2 versus round 1? Or round 3, because that seems to be, and we are right now basing all our classroom numbers based on round 1. And if we are not as proactive in anticipating how many more we'll have, we might end up in the same situation as we did last year.
And that is a very good question. What I will say is I've been with the district for over 15 years, and the district has historically relied on round 1 numbers for its staffing, for its facility needs. And what I will say is that the pandemic definitely is a factor in terms of us not being able to have the same trends. And so you can see from the historical information that was provided, the first year back, returning to the pandemic, Edna McGuire's kindergarten classes were 15, 16, and 16. And so it is very challenging for us to know exactly where those numbers will come in. We do know that over the next few months and throughout the summer that students definitely drop. They elect to go to private schools or other options. The other thing is that we know that families move in and out of the district, but generally speaking, round 1 has been solid in terms of the numbers and projections that we use. I'll also say that overall in Marin County, the county has experiencing declining enrollment. Our district has been experiencing declining enrollment. This will be going into our 7th year of declining enrollment. And so I will say that it's not unique to our district, but in terms of our projections, we base it on the assumptions that we have, the best information we have to date. But that has been the past practice of the district, for over a decade.
So I think the admission for, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask a procedural question, but you can, you know.
Go ahead.
Just big picture, so we understand, because I know this isn't an action item, and this is, you know, when we get all this information. So at the end of this, are you looking for, there's this great last slide of what the district recommends. Are you looking for our views on the district's recommendations? Is that and then just asking from a timing standpoint, given what we're hearing about, and we're all trying to wrap our arms around how much later enrollment, if we were to say something like, hey, the additional classroom at TAM, the fourth grade at Edna, maintaining TK, like some of this makes sense right now based on what we have. Can we bring back like these other 2 items? Is that an option, or do you need all of these today?
I think whatever you can provide for us in terms of direction will definitely help us with our planning. The March 1st date was a date that is in our collective bargaining agreement for teachers to either request or let us know that they're coming back from a leave of absence. It really does help us in our planning and preparation. In terms of, you know, the recommendations, I would say even if you can provide us with the majority of them, that's great, and then we can always come back for additional direction. But whatever you can provide today just helps us in our planning process. Just going back to Trustee Yu's question specifically about the enrollment, it's very hard for us to predict. I mean, I honestly did not predict that we would lose any transitional kindergarten classes prior to the winter recess. And so it is very difficult for us to know. The one example that I have been here with the district for is that we had thought that everything was planned, and then America's Cup came to our area, and a lot of families came to Mill Valley, and we did see an influx of a number of students. So anomalies like that, we can't predict, but we can just anticipate as best we can. But I will say that the round 1 numbers have been very consistent, and that has been a historical number that the district has used for over a decade.
And has it changed since the pandemic? More people applying in round 2, or?
I would say no. The overall net numbers remain the same. The return from the pandemic at the 2021 school year, we had anticipated that we knew that some students would continue to stay, you know, either in a private school or maybe another option that they had during the pandemic. And that's why we saw very low class sizes in kindergarten. And it did definitely cause an influx because our projections, we anticipated that 80% of the students would return to the pre-pandemic level, leaving a 20%. And so it did take longer than that for us to see our enrollment return.
You know, I'm wondering if we could do this somewhat systematically in looking at the boxes and having comments or questions and guidance related to that. Does that seem
I like
reasonable?
that.
Okay, so let's start with the top, maintain phased admittance date window. And I think perhaps if we have questions, let's do that. And if not, we should provide feedback.
I have a question. So Michelle, first of all, thank you all for the presentation. From our conversations, we talked about there still being 9 spots available, I believe if I remember correctly, for any eligible incoming TKers who might move to Mill Valley at some point, either applying, registering in round 2, round 3, moving in the course of the year. What would happen? I'm just curious if, say, over the course of the summer, 15 come in, we're legally obligated to serve those students. So is there flexibility to then suddenly pull together an additional class? I know it's hard with teachers already having put in their preferences, but if we suddenly saw a large influx over the next couple of months, would there then be a potential adjustment if it was pushing past where we generally try to cap? And I know TK has a 24-kid cap based on state requirements, right?
Yes, we would definitely need to add additional staffing, a certificated full-time equivalent teacher, as well as a 6-hour instructional aide. What I will say, one of the challenges with universal transitional kindergarten is some families decide to keep their children in preschool. So while we can affirm the number of 87 for round one, we do anticipate that there will certainly be increases and decreases throughout the summer.
Do we have the facility if we were in a position to need a fifth TK classroom? Because I know you mentioned the uniqueness.
I think that we could definitely work with our Director of Maintenance, Operations, and Safety, but we are definitely planning in terms of the future phase-in for the next, few years. So we would clearly we would need to find a space that would meet that criteria.
So I have a question on this. So on page, in regarding transitional kindergarten, on one of the pages, I think it was on the page enrollment update planning for 23 and 24. You had, in terms of districts survey, you said there were 13 responses with children born between April 3rd and June 2nd. What about the people who were born immediately after the cutoff date, like from February 3rd to April? Because it seems like those were the parents who expressed interest in the district being flexible with the cutoff dates. No, we only have a survey from April 3rd to July 2nd. We don't have from February
But this
until
year's
April
cutoff
3rd.
this year's cutoff is April 2nd, so.
But, okay, this year's, okay, sorry. I
going
just-
next year's
okay,
yeah,
next year's
year's
fine, next year's
cutoff,
fine.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense,
So those
okay.
are just people that are outside the state window.
So those are the 13 responses, sorry, my brain is, 13 responses. And if we were to create one classroom, how much would that cost us?
Current year, excluding any negotiated settlements, it would be $25,000 for the health and welfare benefits, $103,000 for salary and benefits, and generally speaking, at least $5,000 to set up the classroom.
So, because right now you have 22 kids in transitional kindergarten, right?
Currently, we have 3
Per class,
classes.
yeah, with 22.
Of transitional kindergarten with classes of 22, 22, and 23.
So if we get any more students coming in, it's going to be 24 or more, and we might be forced to create another classroom anyway, right?
So I think we're talking about 2 things. So next year's projections are
Yeah.
4 classes with 87 students.
So it's 22.
Correct.
So if we have that, and if we get more, we might be forced to create a 4th class for the transitional kindergarten, right?
Potentially.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to just focus on the phased, the maintain the phased admittance date window. I'd like to, for myself, say that I'd like to support the district recommendation there based on what I saw. So I'm interested in my fellow board members'
I support that as
comments.
well.
I would actually lump 1 and 2 together because I fully support it, but I would want the flexibility to, what Trustee Yu is suggesting, if there is a scenario where we are seeing an increase, that would be one where I would love to see, 4-year-olds, that many 4-year-olds is kind of terrifying. So I would love to see if we had an increase in enrollment such that we're looking at 23, 24. I would love for the district to come back with, hey, maybe we open it to some of the students who have expressed interest in that next phase, but looking at it together and only, to the extent that we do have a natural increase in those who are within the correct window, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Ellie. I think I'm okay if there are only going to be 2 classes maintain, phased admit, the same date window. But I think to the extent that we get more students, that pushes the number of students to the maximum number or beyond, I would like to have some flexibility for us to talk about it again. And in that case, maybe we can invite some of those families with kids who misses kids who miss the deadline by 1 day or 12 hours, that first time frame.
The thing is, we're looking at these as kind of one by one, but they're actually a little bit tied together. So what you're talking about is we're spending more money, essentially, and allowing, maybe potentially allowing people in outside of the state admittance state window, when I think it's more prudent to spend our money by lowering the class sizes of our existing students that are
Yeah,
enrolled.
I think it's both are important.
Yeah, well, I'm putting one slightly, priority above
Yeah,
the
I
other.
mean, yeah,
Because
yeah, I
there's
agree.
there's a reason, I don't understand it, but there's a reason the state came out with a window. And so I'd want to, look at what we have and put our resources towards our children now.
I agree. Yeah, I mean,
rather
that's
than open it up
yeah.
for, let's address our existing issues, class sizes, everything with our money, not.
I don't think we're saying anything different. We're just saying, those would be the same kids at TK who'd be in a 24-person class. So I think we're just saying.
If there's more than
That seems a
24.
little high for
Yeah.
a TK. So to the extent that within the normal admittance window, we have an increase, which it sounds unlikely based on our years of practice, but if there were, we would love the district to look at.
Yeah.
Well, but if you add in an extra, so let's say we got more than 9 kids, let's say we got 10 kids over the summer magically registering for UTK, right? And then that pushes one class over the state mandate 24. If we had 5 classes of TK, that's still 20 per class, and I think that's great. So, but then to say, then we can allow the next window in, would then again push that
Oh,
up
no,
to
no,
12.
no,
Sorry,
no, no, no.
sorry,
I was
that's
only
what I
saying,
was
no,
saying.
no, no. I was
No.
only saying if we're like on the edge and maybe adding
Yeah.
like 1 or 2 more kids would change it for us, that's the only reason.
Okay,
Otherwise,
got it, okay.
yeah,
I
it was
thought, why are
more
we gonna
like-
max it out
No,
again?
no, no,
and
it's more
trying
like
to-
if there was a scenario where we just need a couple more kids to make it make sense.
Yeah.
Then, but otherwise,
I
I'm
think it's
fine
gonna
with the
be
phase.
hard to pick from 9, though,
I think you just go by date.
You just go by that. I mean, but what I was thinking about it is, we say we got 7 more kids or 10 more kids, so we are now at 24, 25, in one of the classes, so we have to form one more. Only then do we invite some of the oldest ones or, to that class.
Yeah, I don't quite follow. It would still be.
To create a large enough class.
Class.
That each one
To
is, they're
trigger
not teeny
having a
tiny
5th
Yeah,
class?
yeah. If we go
It's a
over.
justification to go to a 5th class?
Only because we might be in a situation if we get like 12 kids, we are over. So
Yeah, so,
we're
but
not meeting.
then we would still have 5 classes of, 21 kids then, which is,
No. We could then try to limit the size and have another discussion. All I'm just trying to say is, we don't have to invite, but if I'm looking at it, I'm not talking about all the kids. I'm talking about the reasonable number of kids. I'm talking about 13 kids, if we go over by 2, 3 numbers, why not invite, some of the older ones out of 13 to make class, sizes reasonable, because we have to expand to another class anyway. That
Natalie, would you like to add?
Yeah.
I think we're probably going down the rabbit hole of the hypothetical here, and so I think the general feeling, and I agree with that suggestion that Ellie made, that, based on the numbers, and frankly, because TK's only been back just now for a year, and we haven't had it for a couple of years, we may have some lagging registration, who knows? So, it sounds like we can maybe come back to it and understand the cost.
So what I'm hearing is that we want to maintain the phase admittance date window with a caveat that there be some understanding that if it enhances a class size that's actually lower and adding a class size, that this is something the board is interested you looking at. Am I
Only
clear
if
on,
we
are we
get-
clear on that?
only
Yeah,
if-
only
only
if
if-
we're-
Only if we get too many kids where we can't stay below the state mandate.
Yes, now let's go to class sizes, because we've heard a lot from our constituents and stakeholders. So I'd like to start, because I come from a lens of an educator, and, I do understand, though, that we have a basket of money, and we have lots of needs. So with that, I heard and agree that, we have COVID implications. We've had presentations about learning loss, and we know that we're all still kind of coming out of COVID. And that I heard loud and clear that number of 20 or less students, people gave really personal, anecdotal information, and that's qualitative information for a researcher that matters just as much as quantitative. So we have these, not to exceed numbers, and they provide a framework, to create good plans and keep our districts financially stable. But what I wanted to share with my fellow board members is, as we look at these other three, I think also as a union negotiator in the past, that there are other competing interests besides class size as we enter into negotiation, as we're in negotiations. But I have heard from this group tonight that, it really should be our priority. So I look at these specifics, and, I understand the timeline, and then we have negotiations. So we're in this really kind of robust time period. I want to ask you, Dr. Rollins, when do you need some real clarity on this? Because some of this ties into negotiations, and might it be that we could seek a good answer for all parties? So when's your deadline?
I mean, the timeline is really at the board's discretion.
Okay. But you did mention that March 1st, could you please repeat that?
Sure.
information?
March 1st is the date for the request for leave of absences and also for returns from leaves. What I will also say is that March 15th is a date for layoffs. We know that some other neighboring districts are making reductions. That's not something that our district is recommending.
Thank you. So I want to share that I feel that I'd like to see some more data that's tied to financials on what would happen if we decide that, we're going to maintain these lower grade levels at 20. We're talking about TKK and first, because it all comes down to numbers. If we have to hire more people, there's one pot. So, we need to be clear about our choices. And we want to, attract and retain our best teachers. We want to keep our class sizes low. The new class size is 128,000 minimum. It's more like, is it really just 5,000 to?
Minimum. So the cost, you have it exactly accurate. It will be approximately 130,000. That is for only the full-time equivalent teacher. There is a 6-hour instructional aid when you're speaking specifically about transitional kindergarten as well as kindergarten. And then the classroom setup, again, that is a minimum. We do know that we have furniture and things like that, but there are definitely costs associated with instructional materials and also other teacher needs.
Right. So, so from an educational perspective and from listening to our community tonight, I want to look more deeply, but we don't have all the information tonight.
Yeah,
This is me talking. Now, I'm willing to be persuaded differently, but please add.
Yeah, trustee, could you let us know what other additional information you would like? Because we have provided the cost, the estimated average cost, and so adding a teacher, that is the information that we provided.
Right. I think that at this point, what I'm wondering about is if we can get better clarity on this through the negotiations phase. This is I'm interested in my colleagues' comments here. But to understand if we could reduce class sizes, but how does that impact all of the other elements that are before us in negotiations?
Well, just a quick, just back of the envelope calculation. If you're saying, and it's definitely more than this, but just let's say round number 150,000 per class. If we're talking about adding one TK, 2 kindergartens, and the 2 first grade classes from the kindergartners rolling up, so maintaining one at Tam Valley, one at Etna, we're talking 750,000. What percentage of the budget is that?
So specific to negotiations, 1% of the cost of Mill Valley Teachers Association is $230,000. So just quick math would be 3%.
So can I ask you this? What are other basic aid districts doing who are not as well funded? Because it seems like it's interesting that the state is telling us we have to provide universal TK, but they're not giving extra money. Are there any financial sources we could tap from the state? Because it seems like if you're basic aid, you can't get transitional kindergarten, so sorry, your kids don't get universal transitional kindergarten if you don't have money. I mean, is that the state stance? Or how is that working?
So an example is our neighbor, Larkspur-Corte Madera School District. They have made a decision at the board level to not have a universal transitional kindergarten class, and it's my understanding that it is due to the cost. So that is something that the board can also consider, and it is at the board's discretion.
But so basically, you're out of luck if you are a basic aid district. There's no extra funding for you.
Basic aid districts are not funded on a per-student
I know,
basis,
yeah.
and so there is no funding specifically.
Not even a little bit of a grant or anything.
What I would say is that, and it actually is something that ties to the facilities presentation, is that our district certainly tries to tap into all funds that are available, but our free and reduced, which is a consideration that the state uses in terms of prioritization of districts, generally needs to be above 30, above 50%. We are about 8 to 10% in terms of our free and reduced population, and so the prioritization of any grants or funds that may be available at the state are very unlikely for a district such as ours.
So, but we are just talking about 1-2 classes, adding 1-2 classes and maintaining the other ones, right? Am I wrong? It's not going to be so many classes. We're just looking at one more transitional kindergarten, one or two more kindergarten
Ks.
class. Huh?
2 more kindergartens.
2 more kindergartens, so you're right, it's about going to be 600, 700. So, yeah.
Well,
Are there any?
Can I-
Go ahead.
Oh, no, what I was going to say is, looking at just, I'm on page 11, the enrollment update planning for 2023-24, just for reference. We've had families kind of self-identify to elect for interdistrict transfers to bring back a first grade class at Tam Valley, which stabilizes Tam Valley. It provides 3 first grades, and then it provides 3 throughout to the 5th grade, which is what you want. You want, you don't want teachers having to move to first grade and then have to move to 4th grade because the shifts of all this stuff. You want stability. And at Edna McGuire, if we, looking at the left side of this chart, if we take away a first grade, then next year we're taking away a 2nd grade. And the following year we're taking away a 3rd grade, and then a 4th grade and the 5th grade. And we have this constant instability, which is not good for really the health of the school. And it's not good for the health of the students.
But isn't that implying that we have some control over the birth rate and people moving into Mill Valley?
I don't know. I mean, if you're going to, add a class at one school and then stabilize it, but then the other school is just on the, they're both kind of on the edge. I'm just, I'm just thinking about
I'm sorry,
this.
I wonder if we should go back to Michelle's suggestion, because I think these are great points, but I wonder if we're now kind of going into long-term and we're at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, what, like,
And it is a long-term, it's a long-term,
And, yeah, no, I totally
direction,
agree. I
yeah.
think we should come back, but I'm wondering, going back to the action item, so I am, with respect to the first grade classrooms increasing from 10 to 11, and the fourth grade classroom of rural, the fourth
less
grade
than less.
add, I am comfortable with those. I'm fine to approve those. I personally would love to hear a enrollment update with respect to Edna in a month or two, whenever in case there is a change in that.
Yeah.
That would be my personal, where I'd like to go with those two, if we can knock
Yeah.
anything out.
I mean, it's hard to create 3 classroom at Edna with just 45 students or 46. I wonder if, I don't know, I'm sure they don't want to move their first graders to Tam Valley, but, you know,
Which is an important consideration. I mean, one of the things right now, everyone's focused on class size, but 2 years ago, when I was first joining, the inability to go to your neighborhood school was the biggest fight. I mean, people were livid that I live next door to whatever school and I can't go. And so part of where we ended up in this predicament was that our district was trying to be, and these wonderful TAM teachers were like, we don't want to split up these couple siblings and other people who are nearby. And so we made the decision to increase those class sizes. So if we also have one school that has really low, as I understand it, any new child who comes into the district has to go to one of those. So if you live by Park
Yeah.
and you come in, you have to then go to Edna or TAM. So there are going to be negative ramifications of this. So I do, that's why my view is to take the measured, address the TAM situation with the fact that we have some wait list going back, and monitor the Edna first grade, but approve the Edna fourth grade.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the right thing to do at this point. I'm also concerned that next year Edna is going to have 23 kids versus TAM at 18, and people want to move into Edna, and maybe we could more effectively communicate to parents, well, if you understand about the implications of class size versus, being at your neighborhood school, there is definitely give and take there.
And since this is, basically a brand-new chart, if you look at this with, smaller first grades at Tam Valley, maybe Edna McGuire Park, and then Old Mill has 22, would anyone from Old Mill want to elect, maybe they actually live closer to one of those schools, or maybe they just want a smaller class? I mean, it's really kind of
Yeah,
very-
maybe
very,
parents
very
are
unbalanced.
communicated, yeah, I mean, it just becomes very imbalanced again if you, I would love to provide stability to Edna, but I look at the numbers and it just becomes like you need at least 6 more kids at Edna to justify third class to make it more like Tam Valley, and then.
According to this, you only need 3. One school has 48, one school has 45, it's only 3 kids.
Yeah.
With no wait list moves.
I mean,
With no wait lists.
my biggest thing, and this is coming from a very personal place, is that my family moved to the district, as you guys know, and our kids were split across 2 different schools because there wasn't capacity at Old Mill. And very well-intentioned people said, hang in there and you stay on the wait list, and we always see these things come through. You start reducing those caps, and Old Mill and Park, you have no control over being able to add facilities to accommodate. So if you do that, people who are on the wait list for whatever reason, or families who come in, even just first round who have siblings, you can't guarantee they're going to be at the same school if you start to do that. And so I think
Yeah,
that
it's a
if
lot.
you ask these people, would you rather have a class of 24, or would you rather have a class of 20 and at 8:15 be in 2 different places at the same time? I am pretty sure that people would say, I'll opt for the slightly larger class to keep my family together. And I've seen personally kids impacted by being split. And I think with our new schedule, which has been really beneficial to get greater collaboration and equal timing and everything more consolidated across the schools at the elementary level, I think that it's impossible to put a family in the position of being split. So I would say it seems like based on declining enrollment and our general philosophy, we're not aiming to go up to those numbers of 24. We ended up at 24 because we were trying to keep families together. And so I would say keep it flexible so that we can focus on taking care of the families and the kids in the district. And hopefully it works out that as numbers come in, that we're able to try and maintain those lower class sizes to support our kids.
Yeah, I think it has to.
No, unfortunately not. No, we've heard all public comment. But you can always write us a letter later. Yeah.
And if people want smaller class sizes, just to confirm, they can reach out to the district and request a transfer to a school that has smaller classes. So you may not get everything that you want with your neighborhood school and the smaller class and all of that, but you can pick your priority, it seems like is the general idea, given how the district functions.
And maybe you could ask some of the other school parents, like Old Mill and Strawberry. I mean, Strawberry, I think, will be solved by a lot of Strawberry families wanting to move to Tam Valley. And the way I calculated, one Park family wants to move to Tam Valley, and one Park family probably wants to move to Edna. And so I think maybe, I mean, if somebody from Old Mill or, Old Mill wants to move to Edna because of smaller sizes and potential third class, that's something to be considered. But at this point, it's, it looks like Tam Valley will be 53 and Edna will be 46.
And I think one thing for us to remember is also that this is a single point in time and doesn't account for anybody who might be moving out, people who might be making personal life shifts. So, this is dynamic.
Well, if we add 2 kindergarten classes, then we have 3 at Tam Valley and 3 at Edna McGuire, then we do balance those out. We get our chance to balance that out now better. And so moving forward into those grades, moving to first, second, third, then there's, we have our chance now to balance those. Whereas we may have an anomaly of really small classes for this next year, and that's going to go through the system. But if we bring back 3 at each, 18 per class, those move through.
So,
And
may
I add that there's also the comment around we have a 3 classes, and if we have to make a really clear commitment saying that we are going to continue to have declining enrollment, and I'm not so sure that's true.
Yeah, I'm not
But
seeing
so
it.
what I'm saying is that when I look at the trend line, I do see it's going down, but we had a once in a 1,000-year event called COVID, and it changed. We're still trying to come out of that. I do also think that we've had the privilege of having people move here for our good schools, and we've had, as Dr. Rollins mentioned, like a huge bubble that was unexpected, and there was a lot of drama, and then it kind of leveled off. I think that our parents are going to come back. I think the parents from private schools will come back. I think that we have had the privilege of not having to let folks know that all of our programs, and I think that we realize that to do something like this is a cost. And it would not be sustainable if we had declining enrollment. So this whole community of parents and teachers are speaking today, know what I'm talking about. We'd have to rally to go out to those private schools and let them know what they're missing. Because I think a lot of people left for private. I know, I have my own anecdotal stories because of COVID. And they are not coming back because their lives get busy and they just get into it. But private school's expensive and their children miss their friends, and we have done nothing to encourage them to come back. There's been no PR program. So, I'm not saying that that's the best way to make a decision, but I do agree with Sharon that the 3-on-3, I think is pedagogically appropriate, but I don't know financially. I'd need to see the numbers.
So financially, here's my question. We used to have 3 classes at Edna, right? We used to have 3.
We used to have 5.
But I'm not
24.
seeing, so it's not like necessarily adding $700,000 of brand-new costs. I'm just wondering what happened to the cost savings of going from 3 classes to 2 classes at TAM? So now we have savings of almost $200,000. How are our students seeing those $200,000 savings? Because number of classrooms declined, right? So we have less teachers, we have.
Same revenue.
Yeah, same revenue, less classes. So I'm trying to really understand, why is that an extra $700,000 when we used to have so much more? We're not looking at like, oh, now we have $700,000 less revenue. We have the same number of revenues. So I just want to see how that plays out.
Yeah. That's a great question. So in terms of universal transitional kindergarten, those are 3 entirely new classes
Yes.
that were added to the district this year.
Oh, no, but not necessarily, because you had kindergarten when my son was, a transitional kindergarten in 19 to 20.
But it was a
18
new
to
cost
20,
to
yeah.
22, 23.
Yeah.
And so any new costs added to the budget would be new ongoing costs. For this current year, we did add 3 transitional kindergarten classes at Edna McGuire, plus a 3rd grade class. We did reduce a kindergarten class, 1st grade and 2nd grade class.
And what about, how many classes were there, let me just ask you, how many classes were there 17 to 18, like number of classes versus what we have now, number of classrooms, like 17 to 18 year, let me just pick it. When there were 406 students, it seems like it was the highest, and now there are 284.
Sorry, I just
In-
want to
in
understand
fifth
what
grade.
the purpose, because I just want to make sure we're not losing sight of our current.
No, I'm just trying to understand if it's going to cost $700,000, but at one point, we had a lot more students. We had so many more students at one point than what we have now. So I'm just trying to understand, like, number of classroom sizes reduced, but our classroom sizes kind of stayed the same, our revenue stayed the same, and so, but we just added 3 classes, but haven't we decreased our classroom sizes by more than 3 since a few years versus now?
So in terms of total expenses, as you mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
our cost per student has increased significantly
Yes.
over the years. So while our revenues have also increased, you also need to consider the overall increases to everything from total compensation, which includes certificated and classified staff, as well as benefits and pensions. So keep in mind that pensions increased significantly this year. The governor had put in place for about the past 3 years temporary, I would call them subsidies to the pensions. So it increased from about 16.8% to 19.1% on all certificated salaries. So I want to be careful not to look at these things in isolation, but I will state again that any decisions made in terms of future costs are future ongoing costs. So I don't think you can commingle quote-unquote savings. We're looking forward into our projections for our multi-year projections.
So I looked at this number historically, and it looks like the teacher's salary increase has been 3.5%. So that is not, that is a lot less than, that. And pension, while it's a significant cost, it's not as big as the salaries. And so, but what I did notice, and this is why you and I need to have a conversation, is there were all these carryovers, and there were, for example, like $1 million of budgeted travel expenses that had carryover and stuff. So I really would like to understand exactly, I mean, this is not a conversation for this, but Michelle, you and I need to sit down so I could better understand exactly how our school district financials work. Because I think a lot of those numbers are buried in carryover numbers, and I really would like to understand them.
So I'm hearing that
Can I just clarify one thing before we
Please.
move away
Yeah.
from the
Please.
travel and conferences?
Yeah.
Because I think it's an important point that you brought up that we had already discussed.
Yeah.
Is travel and conferences includes professional development. So as you know, with COVID, there has been a number of significant funds, both state and federal, that are one-time costs in nature, and we have been able to utilize those funds specifically for professional development. And so I want to be really
I know.
careful about the characterization of using $1 million towards travel and conference.
No,
That
that's
is-
not, but it's
It's an
something else,
overarching
yeah.
description, and I want to clarify that for anyone else who's listening.
And we have a carryover, and we have no, we do not spend $1 million a year, but it's where it was categorized, and it's the carryover expense. It's the nature of the carryover cash flows that I would like to understand.
Yes, and which during the year does reduce the total.
Expenses.
Well,
I'm
it
sorry, we
increases.
have an hour left, and we're
expenses.
far
Yeah.
gone
Yes.
from what we need to be doing.
Yes.
We have a clear
Well, so what I'm
direction.
hearing is that we're not having a consensus, for sure. And I think that we need to, we need to perhaps, I think there is a tie to the negotiations, and I think that that's coming up on the 20th, and it'll provide us more information and also more time for more conversation, after which time I think we can make some kind of, we can give you some feedback.
I'm sorry,
think
are
it's
you
real-
kicking everything down? Because I felt like we did have consensus on some of this, so I'm not sure why you're suddenly pushing the whole thing over.
So let's walk through it quickly, because I'm not sure that we did. I think we had a lot
Maintain
of.
phase emission dates, we were all fine with it. What we were just saying is that if on UTK, so maintain phase emission dates was fine. On maintaining class sizes up to 24, I think our view was, at least they'll correct me if I get it wrong for the three of us, was if we're approaching 24, we'd love to revisit it to see if there's a feasible option for adding a classroom at that point, because we would prefer not to be at 24.
Or more higher.
Yeah, we would prefer there if there is an option, so bringing that one back.
But hold on, so the point is, if we have consensus versus we're not voting,
Yeah, so I'm saying the things that it sounds like we had consensus
Well,
on.
on this one here, my point about class sizes is that I feel I would like to learn more about what happens if we decide to go from class size up to 24 and make that number something lower. We lower it in response to this information that we receive from our constituents. So I'm not
Okay, so
prepared
let's
to
skip
say
that
that
one if we
I'm not
don't
prepared to
have-
say that I agree with that, maintaining class size up to 24.
Okay, so
The rest
then-
of it sounds fine.
So then the next
thing.
one,
By the way, it's really helpful if you retain your clapping, like you can do it in your mind, where we used to do this in classrooms. Okay, yes, moving on.
it sounds like there is no objection to the TAM additional first grade, and the question is just on the Edna one, that there's consensus on half of it.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, I agree to the TAM one, and I think we should absolutely look at the Edna one.
Okay.
I would like.
And
I would
then,
agree. Do we have
no
con-
disagreement on the fourth grade classrooms.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, just to make sure I've captured everything, so in terms of the board's direction, you are affirming the Mill Valley School District recommendation for maintaining the phased admittance window, adding one class, and it sounds like the board has specified that this would be at Tam Valley for first grade, and then also rolling a third grade section to four fourth grade sections at Edna McGuire. So can
Yes,
I
and-
confirm that is what?
Yes, and just to be clear, because I don't know if I can't recall if we touched on this, and many people are here from Tam Valley, but it has come up before that there were families that live around Tam Valley that was their preferred school that they wanted to go to. They got placed at Strawberry because had maxed out on the classrooms, and so enough families have said they would like to transfer from Strawberry to, and potentially other schools, to Tam Valley, and that is why that's kind of the focus of that versus Edna, where it looks like maybe there was one transfer requested, and that hasn't been as much of a, potential, shift.
And that's correct. That is what the slide presentation showed, is that we do have some families at the Tam Valley wait list. We do not have that same information for, or recommendation for the other. And I want the board just to understand that any newly enrolled students will be placed at the school with the lowest class enrollment by grade. So by adding that, again, there may be the example that a family who moves into a home next to Old Mill will be placed at the smallest class size, which in this case, under this scenario, would be Tam Valley.
We did not, however, I mean, there was consideration that there should be an additional class at Edna.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think that's the one we didn't get to consensus that
So I think what we're
Okay.
saying, what our direction right now is, in a way, a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I
that
don't know if
if,
that's the right way to phrase it.
so if there's somebody who is at Old Mill or near Park, then, I mean, we could revisit this later, I understand. Then it makes sense to have another class at Edna because it's like the opposite part of Mill Valley. I mean, Edna is much nearer to Park community, so
I think,
yeah.
I think we want an update on that then, moving forward, I think, is
Yeah.
also the direction. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, and then did we, can you go back to maintaining class size of up to 24, ratios at or below 1 to 12? We don't have consensus on that. Do we have consensus that the ratio should be 1 to 12?
Yes, I think.
Ratio at or below 1 to 12, can we agree with
Yeah, I
that?
could agree with that, yeah.
Okay,
But I think we need to look at, I think we should look at adding 2K classrooms back.
I think we could, I would like to propose that we discuss this as a part of negotiations, because I think there
If
is an
possible, yes.
intertwining.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, good idea.
Thank you. We have the direction we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for your patience, and now we are on to ELA TLL presentation.
I'd like to welcome up here our 5 certificated teachers, our TOSAs, and everyone should really stick around and hear all the wonderful things they have to say.
Thank you for waiting until 9:30.
Yes. No, we knew this.
What's that?
We knew this.
Yeah, I know. It's been
We need that.
good though.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, TOSAs, for hanging in there. And so the board had asked for an update on our English Language Arts program in elementary school, and so we have that for you tonight. And I am honored to be sharing this presentation with our 5 TOSAs from our elementary sites, and I will have them introduce themselves. And I'll start here because there's a microphone close by.
Hi, I'm Jen Albin. I'm the TOSA over at Edna McGuire.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Sonia DeForest. I'm the TOSA at Tam Valley.
Hi, I'm Michelle Jones-Cattell, the TOSA at Old Mill.
Press the button.
Hi, I'm Maya Forestier. I'm the TOSA at Strawberry Point.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Merrick. I'm the TOSA at Park.
All right, so before we dive into the amazing work that this team has pulled off, I want to give a little history of where we've been as a district with our reading program. Is my microphone working? Oh, there it is. Okay. So pre-2021, we were heavily trained in Teachers College in reading, and that is a balanced
literacy program, which is a combination of whole language with phonics kind of sprinkled in. Whole language is the assumption that a child is going to just naturally learn to read if exposed to enough books. Then in 2021, we began intensive professional development in the structured literacy approach, which is backed by research and evidence that has been around for many, many, many years and continues to hold true as the most effective way for children to learn to read. And this is the approach that our TOSAs are going to share more information about with us. So the next slide, please. I want to draw your attention to the quote or the text box on the left. And effectively what it says is that human beings were not meant to read. So a baby will learn to walk on its own no matter how much effort we put into it. The majority of babies will learn to walk just by nature of their DNA. The majority of human beings are not going to learn to read just based on their DNA. They need explicit instruction, and that type of instruction and how they are taught to read makes a huge difference. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cindy and Jen to give more context.
I'd like to just say thank you to everyone for giving this team the opportunity to serve your students. Your investment has been in Mill Valley students, and it's been really amazing to be part of it, and we feel like it's really working wonders with the kids.
Cindy, before you continue, I forgot to mention that this team is part of the full TLL team. We also have our RAMP teachers who are the other, our better halves, and one of them hung in here tonight also.
So basically what we wanted to do is sort of share with you what our work looks like. And structured literacy is the basis of what we've been doing. And we designed this, or put this together, because a lot of our training has been based on structured literacy, which can be broken into the 5 components of literacy. And the main idea behind this new way of teaching reading is to offer students a really solid foundation in their basic skills, and to have a systematic and explicit way of teaching them that builds upon each level and eventually leads to some exponential reading growth. If you look at the bottom of the chart, the darkest green, it's phonemic awareness. And phonemic awareness is just the basic idea that all words are made of sounds. So the word mat has 3 sounds, at. This is a skill we're working on with our kindergartners. And it's a foundational skill that needs to be super solid before they can move on to the next step, which is phonics. And phonics is the connection that letters represent those sounds. So the next step is to identify the is the letter M, and the children learn how to read it and how to write it. And then the next step in structured literacy is fluency. And fluency is basically your ability to recognize words. And this is something that all the grade levels are practicing throughout. And the next level is vocabulary. And vocabulary today is not really taught the way it was taught to all of us. We're not memorizing definitions. Instead, like what I'm doing with my 4th graders is looking at how to break words up into parts and teaching their eye to see the different parts. So in a basic word, you have a prefix, a root word, and a suffix. And what's really amazing about teaching children in this way is they are not only learning how to decode the word and be able to say it, but like my 4th graders, we're working on Greek and Latin roots like geo or bene or bio, and then they get to start seeing those root words in other words that they've never seen before. So eventually a child is able to not only decode a word and be able to say it, they can also figure out the meaning of it if they've never seen it before. And this is what leads to the exponential growth. And then we get to the most exciting part, which is comprehension, and that's where the children are applying their cognitive abilities to think critically about what they're reading and to be able to talk about it. And this is where the real fun stuff starts to happen, where we have book clubs and we analyze authors' techniques and we break apart nonfiction books and teach kids how to approach it on their own.
And speaking of fun things too, if you want to direct your attention to that top right box there, this is all to show that this method of teaching literacy based in these 5 areas of need really works. With a structured cumulative approach, 95% of kids will learn how to read. Can you advance to the next slide, please? So I'm excited to share this graphic with you all because I actually had the pleasure of sharing it with current 4th and 5th graders and kindergartners over at Edna McGuire when we were discussing the importance of valuing the work that we're doing in language arts. And this graphic of Scarborough's reading rope really helped us visualize it. So Dr. Hollis Scarborough is a professor out of NYU, this helps us visualize what we can break down as the simple view of reading. So the simple view of reading is best explained by breaking it down to word recognition combined with language comprehension really leads to skilled readers, AKA reading comprehension. So I'm trying to do this kind of backwards. But if you look, oh, thank you, color. If you look at that bottom portion that's in the red and the orange and the yellow, all of those aspects that Cindy referred to as the foundational skills, phonological awareness, decoding and encoding, which is the spelling of words and writing skills as well, and sight word recognition, those are all the things that we want students to understand and practice with automaticity so that when we add on those more complex skills in the blue and the green and the purple of language comprehension, students are able to really free up brain space to work on those more complex tasks. And when these two strands are working all together, that's what really produces skilled readers. And we want to see that the key to all of this success is seeing that these students are generalizing these skills across their entire school day. And yeah, if you could advance to the next slide, please, that'd be awesome.
So for me, one little piece of information about me is I'm a mother of 3 children who are all in Mill Valley Public Schools. I have a 4th grader at Old Mill, I have a 6th grader here at the middle school, and I have a sophomore at TAM. So I feel like I have really interesting perspective on what our students are going through and what they need and what they're going to want in their back pocket when they're applying to college. And I really apply a lot of this to my work. And my last role was also in San Francisco. I dedicated 20 years where I was an interventionist, and I was also a classroom teacher of gifted and talented students. And what's really exciting about this program is we're really aiming to reach all the kids, the children reading below at grade level and those reading above grade level. And what's been super amazing for me is the awesome training that we've gotten in the last year and a half. In all my 20 years in San Francisco, nothing even compared to the incredible training that I've gotten and the impact it's had on my teaching. So we've learned about the 5 components of literacy, but we've also learned really specific ways to assess our students, how to analyze the assessments so that we can come up with prescriptive, targeted instruction, and work with the classroom teachers on how to best reach the students. And throughout it all, we're monitoring each child's growth multiple times throughout the school year, and we're responding to their needs. And what's really beautiful about this is RTI is built in. RTI is basically the idea of like, what are you going to do with the kids that are far behind? And in some models, schools wait for children to fall far behind and then they try catching them up. But with this system, what we're doing is we're constantly looking at all the kids and we're adjusting to what they need before they really fall behind. And the heart of all of this is differentiation. And that's really what every mom, dad, grandparent wants for their kid is we all know that every child is different, and we're talking all night about all these kids in one big class and how we're going to serve them. And one really awesome part about the TLL program is we're figuring out what each kid needs and creating small, flexible groups to offer them what their next step is so that they can maximize their growth. And experience the real joy of learning. I'd like to share just one little story about what differentiation looks like, when all teachers are on board and really trying to make this program work. Last year, one of my second grade groups, we get iReady data, which is the screener that all the kids take. 71% of the second graders were below grade level and needed foundational skills. And so the two classroom teachers, myself and the RAM teacher, analyzed the data, broke the kids into small flexible groups, created targeted instruction, and over the course of the year, the groups slowly started getting more and more skills, and we watched them move from where they weren't foundational, needing the foundational basic phonics quite as much, and they were growing to where they needed more vocabulary and more comprehension. And this year, we just checked iReady for February, and they're now third graders. 86% of these students are now reading above grade level. And one of the students that was in that second grade group was far below and was reading at a kindergarten level, and that student's now at an early third grade level. So it's just really thrilling as a mother and as a teacher to see how this can really reach each and every kid and make them feel good about what they're doing. And it's really only possible when all the teachers who are so exhausted going home right now are on board, and they really have been. They've been ready to analyze the data, ready to teach the students, and to collaborate with us. And Sonia's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I wanted to say that I think the collaboration with the teachers has been what's been most amazing, one of the most amazing things about this program. And one of the reasons TLL has had such a positive impact is due to this collective teacher efficacy. And simply put, collective teacher efficacy is the belief that teachers can more positively impact their students if they all work together as a team. And John Hattie in 2017 did some research on the 320 factors that influence student learning, and he found that collective teacher efficacy ranks the highest predictor of student success. So one of the key components of our TLL program is the collaboration meetings with our classroom teachers. And we have these meetings several times a month where we get together our RAMP teachers, ourselves, and the classroom teachers. And we look at student data. We analyze how students are progressing. We look at their student strengths and there's areas of growth. And we talk about what can we do for our students. And it's all these minds put together that can really tackle these problems and figure out how we can best serve our students. And we're able to look at each grade level as a whole and figure out what the needs are. Last year we worked primarily on literacy, and this year we saw a lot of needs in math areas as well, and so we've added math intervention and math curriculum across all 5 schools, and that's been an incredible change this year as well. Our TLL calendar is divided into cycles that allow for changes and for growth, and it's at the beginning and the middle and end of these cycles that we meet as a team with the teachers. And Michelle was going to talk about how these cycles can positively impact our students.
Thanks, Sonia. First, I want to say good evening, and I'm so thrilled to have this team and also the team of teachers who are here and not here working together and for our student learning has been so extraordinary. I'm Michelle Jones-Cattell, the Old Mill TOSA, and I spent years being a special ed teacher and an interventionist, and being here and being in this program has been really exciting, and watching our students learn has been really great. We divide the students into different flexible groups, as everybody said, several times a year, and sometimes even within cycles. Sometimes we have students for only 2 weeks. We do a quick intervention with them and push them back in. We also, one important aspect of the TLL program is that all K-5 students have the opportunity to work in small groups. So students in the continuum all are in small groups, about 40 minutes a day, 4 times a week. And as we know, and we've heard a lot today, learning in small group settings gives students a lot of opportunities, including to be in a safe place to take risks and to collaborate and ask questions. TLL provides each student learning experience and experiences and connections with multiple teachers and grade level peers from other classrooms. I just want to say it is fun. We have fun. Next slide, please. Oh, here it is. Okay, so here are snapshots of students immersed in TLL reading and math. What you can't see and can't be captured in the slide deck is one of the most rewarding aspects of being a TLL teacher, and that's the joy of watching students become self-assured and excited about learning challenging academic content. TLL is fun. When students have designated, targeted, small group instruction, the academic content can be delivered in engaging, multi-sensory, multimodality ways. And so as you can see, there are, this is the range. We have K through 5 students, math and reading. And these are some of the process and the projects that students have worked on. TLL students collaborate, explore, and explain their thinking. They gain confidence and notice their learning. I'll share 2 examples of highlights from TLL this school year. Upper grade students used their vocabulary unit to create a digital quiz that they shared with all of their grade level peers. And then all of those students worked in collaborative teams to complete the Kahoot, which is a digital quiz, and navigate a digital maze. Another meaningful example is that after several cycles of explicit systematic phonics instruction, TLL primary students were thrilled to choose several geo-decodable books and enthusiastically read them in pairs. One student exclaimed, "I can read this book. I am reading a book. Can I take this book home and read it to my dad?" This is just an example of how, great this program is, thanks to all of you, and thanks to all the teachers, and to Laura for your guidance as well, and to the board.
So before I was a TOSA, I had the opportunity to work as an instructor for Mill Valley's previous intervention program at Edna McGuire. And one of the greatest challenges that I found as an intervention instructor at that time was trying to find a time to meet with my students. It would be this meticulous process of meeting with teachers and trying to say, "Can I have them Wednesday at 2?" And they would say, "No, they're busy." And we would work to try and find times in the week when I could meet with the students. And one of the greatest benefits now of this new program is these uninterrupted blocks of tier time that allow us to meet with our students 4 times a week for 40 minutes at a time. And that's really given us the opportunity to see incredible progress and growth among our students, especially those needing intervention. Another incredible example of collective teacher efficacy has been our collaboration as a district team. We love working together. We enjoy discussing things, and together we've come up with a common curriculum of structured literacy that we now use in all 5 schools across the district. And we've also come up with common assessments and diagnostics that all our students across the district are using. I think that's been incredible. I wanted to highlight one of the ways that our collaboration with the teachers has led to programs in our schools. So in our at Tam Valley, we had a wonderful 4th grade team who was extremely collaborative. And when we met together as a team and looked at the grade level, we all recognized the need for teaching foundational phonics skills to our 4th graders. And so as a team, we created flexible groups for all 4th grade students at Tam Valley. And we taught them foundational phonics skills using the Sunday program. And we found great value in the program and saw great growth in our students in 4th grade. And I think across the school, other teachers recognized this and saw the value in the program and the value of foundational phonics skills. And this year, that Sunday phonics program is being used in classes K through 5 at Tam Valley. And this common thread of providing this same curriculum across all grades, K through 5 at one school, has been invaluable because we have a common language and students at our school are able to see this in all their educational years as elementary students.
And finally, the last thing on this slide of the progress is the most remarkable thing is that we've seen more than 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. And if you think about a student who's behind grade level, if they make 1 year's growth in 1 year's time, they are still going to be behind. So we absolutely need them to make more than that growth, and we're seeing that. And then similarly, if you have a student who's above grade level, they have all this untapped who knows what that could just soar if they're making more than 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. I think I said a Ferrari the other day. I said like a Ferrari that's being driven like, and then one of you said a Ford. Yeah. Not to insult anyone that drives a Ford. Okay. Did it anyway. Okay. So the next slide shows, this is iReady data. It's just one data point. We have lots of different data points, but this is one that can show district-wide some growth. And there's a key on the bottom that shows what the different colors mean. So the dark green is what we really want. That is mid or above grade level. Light green is early grade level. Yellow is one grade level below. The light red is 2 below, and the dark red is 3 below. And so this is a fall to winter snapshot. And so these are students that took this assessment this fall and then again this winter. And in that short amount of time, if you were just to add up the green bars on top, for instance, in first grade, the 2 green bars on top in the fall equate to 20% of the students being on grade level, and the one in the just a few months later in the winter is 60% of students above grade level. And overall, you can see a trend of the green increasing, the yellow decreasing, the red decreasing, and that dark red doesn't exist in first or second grade across the district, which is really remarkable. Next slide. This is cohort tracking, so this looks at the same group of kids year over year. Typically, you would expect to see roughly a horizontal trajectory because it's the same group of kids. And so however they're doing overall would be, and this is a median percentile rank based on national norms, you would see kind of some consistency. But what we're seeing, especially in our primary grades, is this massive jump in their percentile ranking, which is really impressive and exciting. And then the next slide. So then it comes to our recommendations. And so I was kind of laughing at the slide that Michelle was talking about with the unicorn on the bottom, because the elementary principals and I came up with this program, and we said it's only going to work if we have the right people. And we started to describe what the right people would be like. And we decided we were describing unicorns. And we found 5 unicorns. It's unbelievable what this team has done. And they are on temporary contracts. And so that we have invested a ton of training in them in the last year and a half. I don't want them to take their training and their unicornness and fly to another district. So my recommendation is that we provide them with probationary contracts. If you are amenable to that, then in the April board meeting, we would bring back a updated job description for them. And they have been funded through one-time grant money. And so the program would continue to be funded through one-time grant funding, so it would not affect the bottom line of the general fund of the district. And that is our presentation, and I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Funding question, does it ever run out, or when do you expect it to see it run out?
My question too.
So I can answer this, and Michelle can weigh in. So this one round of funding is a multi-year funding source, and then in my experience, there is typically another one-time funding source that comes along. But if it doesn't, then we would have to look at do we want to move this to the general fund or not? But at that point, these 5 employees would be permanent, and so they would have rights to a classroom, and teachers that have been hired since them would then be temporary. If there were to be a layoff, we would lay off the teachers that were on temporary contracts and not these 5.
Yeah, I mean,
I have to say, I have personally experienced the growth in all ways. Like, I've had the one who needed to catch up, the one who's flying, and I have been just in awe of the program, of the stories I hear from the other kids when my kids don't tell me enough, and just so incredibly appreciative. And I just, cannot say how much I appreciate the creation of this program and hope it continues permanently, because this is really one of those programs that sets us not just far and above in terms of being an awesome district, but also just truly being such a fundamentally incredible, deep, instructional, informative, and just inspiring program. So appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
Would fully support this, obviously.
I 100% agree, and you know, my kids are at Edna, and you know, they were talking about it last year, and they were so excited to come home and share about the different groups that they were in. I love the flexibility that it provides for students to be able to not be tracked, but if they're moving at a different rate, then you know, they're shifting groups, and that's amazing. And they can, I'm sure they can feel that in seeing the results and how that changes with where they're moving to. And I think it's fantastic, and seeing the same results this year with moving to math and having that be incorporated as a focus area. And my 5th grader is coming home and saying that it is much easier for her to grasp concepts that she's having a harder time grasping in class when she's in that TLL group. And so, thank you. And I think the data helps, you know, we say that we want to be data focused, make decisions that are supported by that, and we see that in the data and direct impact to students. And so, thank you, all of you, for everything that you're doing for our kids.
And I wanted to, I won't repeat, but support what you've heard. And I just did want to ask a data question, because I know it's iReady, and iReady is given, you know, 3 times a year. So can you just share a little bit, because, you know, I am a classroom teacher. How do you team up in sharing those more formative assessments or units, or how do you interface with the teachers in that, or not? Maybe you don't. So maybe you could, you know, just share a picture of that, because there's classroom instruction and then there's this overlay. So I'm just interested in that.
I'm going to turn this over to Atoso to explain it, but as it has been previously said, it works because of the collaboration with the classroom teachers. And this
Right.
success is in large part to TLL, but it's also all the hard work that our classroom teachers are doing as well. So I don't know which Atoso wants to take it.
I can speak to the data element a little bit. So the iReady screener that does happen 3 times a year helps to catch any kiddos that we might not have on our radar already. And then what we do as a team, and by team I mean ourselves and with the teachers that we collaborate with and with our RAMP counterparts, all together sit down and think of which diagnostics would work well for a kid. So if the kid was identified on iReady as having a deficit in the area of phonics, for example, then we would go down the gambit of different phonics diagnostics. There's the basic phonics skills test, there's the core phonics assessment, and it breaks things down to a very specific level. Like, this kiddo has trouble with these specific vowel sounds, this kiddo has trouble with these specific consonant blends, so that's where you go to first with our instruction.
Thank you. Great.
Could I add to that? Yeah. So, yes, and what Jen said, and when we use iReady data too, we look at students who are at or above grade level and what their skills are, where they might have holes. Maybe they're weak in vocabulary, or maybe their informational text is more difficult, or they're above grade level in that. So when we're sitting down with the classroom teachers, we're looking at every single student at every single grade level and discussing them, if they're above, if they're in the middle, or if they're in a challenged position. And then we create groups so that each kid, 40 minutes a day, mostly 40 minutes a day, sometimes 35, have a small group where they are able to just fly and do whatever they need to do. And classroom teachers sometimes take the group that is struggling, and sometimes they take the group that's in the middle, sometimes they take the group that is above grade level, and we switch students around so that they have the experience of being with all of the people on the team.
Fantastic. And I wanted to give kudos also to the, you know, I think critical core piece is that uninterrupted tier time. So kudos to the admin team, I'm sure, and as well, I'm sure you had teacher support, but because I know that's a cornerstone of the program. So all those people back there, thank you, because I know that's your hard work. And I just wanted to ask, could you, Dr. Rollins, do we know how long the funding remains till? Is it 25, 26? Or you have that?
For this round of funding, it is 25, 26.
That's what I thought. Okay, so 25, 26, and then, so we've got a couple more years, and I'm sure the continued success of the program will prompt us to want to look for funding after that, so.
I am bringing back another presentation in May about a discretionary fund grant, and that will include this, along with other things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to
Yes, any
That's
other
great to know.
comments?
No.
This is
Thank
so
you.
impressive. Yeah.
My children are older, so they didn't experience this. And I went to all 5 school sites trying to understand it, and then understood it's a little different at every school, so.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to, but it sounds fabulous.
Yeah, my
So.
son doesn't tell me anything in 3rd grade, so I don't know if he's experiencing it or not, but.
You will ask him when you go
have to find
home.
the chatty kid in the classroom. And
Yeah,
then
you
get
got
all
to
the
carpool with the
details.
chatty kid is what
Yeah.
you have to do.
And I know not every school, everybody kind of ramped up into this at a different period of time, so I am just so grateful, not just to you guys, but to your point, all the teachers that collaborated and were supportive of rolling this out and giving it a shot, because it's obviously proven to be really amazing for our kids. So just wonderful results.
And
Thank
one
you.
more shout out to the RAMP teachers, because they really are the right hand to the TOSAs.
And so, can we walk through this list and get consensus? Are we in consensus to provide probationary contracts to the current?
Consensus on
doses?
all of
I
them.
think good across the board.
Approved job description and continue programs, so long as funded.
Yep,
Yeah.
all across.
Okay, so you have unanimous consensus. Thank you. All right.
All right, I'm going to stay put and talk about Spanish and let these guys
Gonna
go
keep
home.
you all night. Maybe this should be a Spanish, just to like, in case anyone's dozing off, do this presentation in Spanish. See you.
I took Latin, so
Oh, I
I
did.
can,
Oh, there
I
you
can,
go.
I
Try in
cannot
Latin.
do this in Spanish. So
Thank you.
Yeah, I took Latin too, and I.
Me too. I know none of it now.
I have 0 Latin memory.
Okay.
So we will have public comment after this
Yes,
presentation.
let's. And we've at 10:30. Although we have a 10:30 hard stop, so you might need to be 2 minutes. 10:30.
It's 10:02.
So
I think we
let's
need
just
to
get
do 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Because we're 11 people. But, okay, presentation, here we go.
Wait, I thought Laura was presenting. Were you trying to sneak out?
She's trying to leave.
You thought we wouldn't notice?
I'd go home. No, I thought we had public comment. Is that
No,
not?
it's
No.
after.
Oh, that's after your presentation.
All right, okay.
Apologies.
The board had asked that I bring forth a presentation on what it would look like to add Spanish to our elementary program. So this is about the cost and logistics of doing so. So the next slide shows the difference between an exposure and an immersion model. So in an exposure model, students exit the program being able to use common phrases, high-frequency vocabulary by the time they exit 5th grade. I was at a county meeting this morning and talking to some colleagues around the county about what this looks like in our neighboring districts like Reed, and that model does not change the outcome of middle school trajectory. They after having exposure model in elementary school, their experience is that they still enter into the first year of a language at middle school. Immersion is when students are taught so explicitly that they become fluent by the time they exit a 6-year program, which would be from kindergarten through 5th grade. So the remainder of this program is going to be just simply about the exposure model. The other one would be a different type of presentation. So the next slide, thank you. So we did have Spanish in the past. In 2018 and 19, we had Spanish twice a week for 25 minutes in kindergarten. And then in 1920, we expanded it to kindergarten and 1st grade, 2 times a week for 25 minutes. This was a kiddo-funded program, and I want to be very clear, because at the kiddo meeting on Tuesday night, there was some concern that this phrase kiddo funded was meant to mean that we are looking to have kiddo fund this again, and that is not the intention whatsoever. This is just a statement that when it was a pilot program, kiddo did fund it, period. MVMS does have a program that can lead to language proficiency, and we have in 6th grade in the wheel class, there's an exposure to world languages, and in 7th and 8th grade, students can choose to take French or Spanish. Fun fact, years ago, we tried Mandarin. It was really hard to staff, but we did give that a go for a little bit. Okay, next slide. So before talking about Spanish, I want to just give a very brief overview of what our current schedule looks like. This is a snapshot of one classroom. Let's just pretend it's 2nd grade. Don't worry about it being 2nd grade when we get to future slides as if there would be a conflict in timing of something. This is just what every K through 5th grade student receives in our district currently. That's targeted learning, which we just discussed 4 times a week for 40 minutes, library once a week, music once a week, art once a week, and PE 3 times a week. And next slide. Then if you were to take that schedule with those specials or time that is not with a classroom teacher doing content area and embed the content that most teachers would do within a given day, the suggested minutes are on the right. This is not a hard and fast rule. We don't tell the teachers you must teach 90 minutes of math. This is just general recommendations. And so if you were to walk into any classroom, there might be more of one, less of another, but this is just for argument's sake of what this could potentially look like. So this is the previous slide, and then it embeds having the minutes on the right overlaid into a current schedule. And it does not include things like garden and poetry and dance that also occur regularly throughout the year. Okay, so next slide. This is what a snapshot of a schedule would look like if you took our current schedule, added time to the end of the day, and added 2 Spanish classes. So this is, again, is just one classroom's view of what that would look like. The math ends up being slightly less minutes, and so that could be any subject area. So it would just be a few minutes. I can go through the math of the math minutes if that would be helpful, but just for the sake of time, I'm just going to say by adding a little bit of time to the end of the school day and adding 2 40-minute Spanish classes does involve, there is a reduction of some other piece of the school day of what the classroom teacher would, available minutes to the classroom teacher to teach their content area. Then next slide. So this is a change in the view. So now we've gone from looking at one classroom teacher's view. Now we're looking at, if you're the Spanish teacher, this is what your schedule would look like. This one is modeled off of a larger school like Edna McGuire. It is based on their current class configurations for this school year. So 3 classes in TK, 2 in kindergarten, so on and so forth. What this shows is that at a school of Edna's size with the current today's schedule, that a Spanish teacher would be able to fit 2 classes of 40 minutes in kindergarten through 4th grade. The TK doesn't fit, but we could throw in 20 minutes once a week at the end there. The prep time is, while contractually sound, it's not ideal for any teacher that it is broken apart on a couple of the days, so it's split. And there's not room for this teacher to teach 5th grade. So somebody else would have to teach 5th grade at Edna in this example. This also would, with the understanding that, I'll actually skip that part. Okay, next slide. So this would be the schedule, a Spanish teacher's view again, and this is at a smaller school, so Old Mill Park or Strawberry Point. On the right, the unbolded, this is what they would be able to accomplish with teaching, if there were 2 classes at each of those sites, they would be able to teach kindergarten through 5th grade. Then the bolded on the left would include their travel time to go to another site, such as Edna, then to teach the 5th grade there. The one of the implications of this is that for this teacher to be teaching 5th grade at Edna, if you were to think back to the previous slide, there are 3rd and 4th grade classes being taught at Edna at that same time, and so that would be a facility overlap. This model, the idea of it would be that there would be a classroom dedicated to this, which is another implication that you would have to consider. And so with this having 2 grades needing to be taught at the same time would involve a teacher being perhaps like a mobile teacher, like on a cart type of thing. And the implication there is within this schedule, you have, if you look at Monday and Tuesday, for example, you have 2 classes that are back to back, so they would somehow have to get from one class to the next, which would likely reduce just the amount of minutes that they would be able to teach Spanish at that time. Okay, so the next slide. So this is the cost of, this has been brought up multiple times tonight, the cost of salary and benefits for teachers. So if we were to add 5 certificated teachers, on average it's around $128,000. For 5 sites, it'd be $640,000. Again, to highlight, this doesn't include any sort of negotiations or outcomes of negotiations. And the startup of a classroom, as Michelle said earlier, roughly, we said 5,000, 6,000, somewhere around there would be another $30,000 for that. So that's my overview of just the logistics and the cost associated with adding Spanish 2 times a week in an exposure model to the classrooms. So I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
First, we do have some public comment.
Yep.
And we typically have a hard stop at 10:30. It's 10:11. So what I'd like to do is, we don't have time to hear all these people, is part of our challenge, unless we agree to go over 10:30.
I'm fine with that, if we did, so.
How do we feel?
Yeah, that's fine. How many comments do you have?
We have 11 comments.
Okay, 2 minutes each, huh?
Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to do. So we have 11 folks to come up. We have 2 minutes each. And how about yes?
I move to extend the meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So we're going to offer 2 minutes apiece, and we'll start with Anita Sparks, and Marilee Bear will come next. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Anita Sparks, and I'm here to express my support for the Spanish instruction beginning in elementary school. I have a lifetime experience being educated in 2 languages from an early age. I am a native of Guayaquil, Ecuador, and I immigrated to the United States at age 20 to attend college. My first language is Spanish. I was fortunate to be a child who attended schools where English and Spanish were taught from kinder all the way through 12th grade. Early in my education, English was taught as a second language, and as all the students gained proficiency, we transitioned to have different subjects like history or science taught in English. Starting a second language at an early age is undoubtedly the best time to begin instruction. Learning a second language has so many advantages, but in particular, one advantage that often gets overlooked in learning a second language is that it teaches you the culture of the people who speak that language. As a Spanish speaker who went on to an advanced degree in science, I felt I had an advantage in understanding scientific nomenclature, as the roots of so many science terms are rooted in Latin, which is also the base for Spanish. And I think that was mentioned by the TOSA group before. I hope that the school district strongly considers adding Spanish to our schedule. My oldest boy started kindergarten at Edna in 2018 with Spanish and completed most of the first grade with Spanish until COVID hit. We also participated in an after-school program called Viva Español, offered through Aetna. In fact, we have continued to use them, and my son has continued private group lessons 3 times a week now for 3 years. And just this week, he was learning about Machu Picchu and the Nazca lines in Peru. I would also highly encourage our school to bring back vendors such as Viva Español on campus to enhance Spanish being taught at school. In my opinion, learning a second language is a no-brainer, and Spanish is a great option. It is the second most spoken language in the United States, spoken by over 40 million people nationwide.
Thank you, Anita. Next speaker, Marilee Bear, followed by Hawkins Hedrick.
Mother and son.
Is Marilee here? Is she on Zoom? Okay, Marilee. So we have Hawkins and Hedrick,
Yep.
followed by Jill Kaufman.
Together, I'm either the worst mother or the best mother to show him issues that care.
Best mother.
Thank you.
You're
I
a
don't know,
great
it's
mother.
10 o'clock right now. We prepared this together. We will be under 3 minutes, but if we could combine our time together, it'd be greatly appreciated. All right, buddy, you ready? Let's do this. Good evening. I would like to open up with a quote that I read recently. If teachers and school staff only did what they are contracted to do and only worked the hours that they are paid to work, every school would have to shut down because it wouldn't be able to function. Why is that important? Because the issue at hand is to lengthen the school day to accommodate a language. And while I understand the importance of another language and support it, I am not in favor of the added minutes to the day. 20 minutes is valuable. Why? In my family at 2:35, it's time to take a breath, to chat and address the nuances of the day, to take a peek into my child's mental health, to let my child have a break from school, to participate in the things he wants to participate in rather than the things he is forced to. Those extra 20 minutes allows us to do all of that so that we can socialize with family and friends, play sports, visit a therapist, and then do our homework. We can then have dinner as a family, play games, talk, and not be rushed to bed. At a time when mental health is a critical reality, those extra things make a big difference, and one I am not willing to risk my child's well-being on. I understand that it has been said that 1,100 parents last year voted for the additional 20 minutes. To my knowledge, there are over 2,000 families in the district, which is roughly 4,000 parents, so 1,100 is not close to a majority. In fact, a survey was sent out last year with little information, hardly any facts, and asking for a quick turnaround. Many of the families I spoke to said, great, I have an extra 20 minutes to myself, keep them in school. They weren't even aware what the 20 minutes would take away from them, but I am. I believe this issue requires more exploration. You have many committees created. Why not have one that focuses on working together on this topic? Maybe there are areas that teachers feel could have less minutes to accommodate a second language class rather than just adding the minutes to the day. Let the teachers weigh in. After all, they do want what is best for our kids because they are, in fact, teaching our kids. If you trust them enough, well, I'm taking his minutes.
Oh, you
too.
taking his,
He's speaking at
so
the
we
end.
can't, unfortunately, we can't do that.
So
We can let him,
Hawkins,
you can
so
let him
start right
speak,
here,
yes.
since we waited 4 hours.
Yes, we'll
Right
let him
here.
speak
If
right
you
there.
trust-
If you trust them enough to have your
Thank
to
you.
have your children in presence for 6 hours, trust them enough to have your child's best interest at heart. If it was me, I would get rid of the 4,000 recesses, but that's my point. I don't know what the teachers do during that time, so that's probably not a solution, since my guess is they aren't goofing off but rather working really hard for our children. My point is, ask them. Involve them instead of telling them what is going to happen. Maybe they actually have the best answer. This newly elected board and the new superintendent have a chance to make up for the fracturedness we have felt last year, which was a division between the board, superintendent, and teachers, leaving parents to question who is right. My grandfather was the only male PTA president back in 1980 at my mom's school in Miami, Florida. That still holds true to this day. He ended every meeting with this quote: either you are a part of the problem or you are a part of the solution. I ask you now, be part of the solution. Listen to your teachers, listen to the majority of the parents, and be the board that brings harmony and peace back to its school district.
Thank you very much. Well done. All right. And now we have Jill Kaufman. I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, Carolina, are you here? Carolina?
Carolina, what's the, dagger? No. Dagger?
Carolina. Okay, we can have Sasha. Oh, you ready? Okay, thank you. Please.
Good evening, members of the Mill Valley School Board of Trustees, moms, dads, and SPS community. My name is not Carolina, but I'm here speaking for her. She's the mother of Alejandra, who is attending kindergarten at Strawberry Point School. She resides in Strawberry for the past 9 of the 26 years she's lived in the Bay Area. She's originally from Colombia and speaks Spanish. I come to support the parents who have come to this meeting to request that you include the school program Spanish instruction, primarily to provide our children a more rounded education that will prepare them to deal with a community of diverse backgrounds. I would like to emphasize that this day it is important to know a second language. To our children, it will be an advantage to learn Spanish because we live in a community with a large population of Hispanics, and our state borders one of many Spanish-speaking countries. Our families most likely will interact with neighbors, nannies, drivers, construction workers, dentists, chefs, CEOs that speak Spanish, will travel to and or do business in a Spanish-speaking country. In the near future, some of our friends and family will move to or retire in a Spanish-speaking country. If we follow current trends, speaking a second language opens doors to new possibilities. I think we owe it to our kids to give them the tools they need to have a bright future. Please structure your budget so that you can provide Spanish instruction as early as kindergarten. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And George, go ahead, because I know you have your own comments.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick since I brought this up at the last meeting. I think you know my position on it. And I think that time for action is now, and you guys need to really not kick the can down the road any further and punt it to another board or punt it to another superintendent. This is something that's been in the works for many years and is greatly needed back, and you guys need to vote on this subject and make a decision as to whether or not we're going to do it or not. Thanks.
Thank you. Sasha Vargas? And then on Zoom, do we have Sasha on Zoom? Okay. Vargas?
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sasha Vargas. I have been teaching for 17 years, and of those years, I taught 7 years at a dual immersion school and 2 years as a world language Spanish teacher, kindergarten through 5th grade. For one of those years, I was one of the 2 teachers who developed the original Mill Valley World Language Elementary program. So I'm here tonight just to clarify one thing. One of the slide items was correct. The first year was actually 2 30-minute sessions of Spanish a week for each kinder class. I just want to make sure that's clear. But I'm here to talk about some of the issues that are on there. Things that are not included are the teaching or the actual cost of the program for the minutes that it took to actually plan out the curriculum. The other teacher and myself, took a lot of time that was unpaid to actually develop the curriculum for kindergarten and about half of 1st grade. We did not purchase Spanish World Language curriculum because their scope and sequence were based on having several one-hour sessions a week. So when looking at cost analysis and looking at that, please take into account the amount of time that it's going to take to thoroughly plan curriculum for TK all the way to 5th grade. In addition, finding qualified teachers to teach this model would require teachers to have a single subject Spanish credential or supplemental Spanish teaching authorization. I've actively been on interview panels at my children's district for the past 3 years, and it is almost impossible to find teachers right now, especially qualified teachers, let alone ones that are specialized with these credentials. And lastly, I have to say some of the items that people have spoken on, I have to agree. One of the issues, this was a failure, was a transition of superintendent. We're in that exact situation right now. We need to wait to thoroughly vet this and actually take time to include all our teachers, students, parents, and the new superintendent before just rushing this program through. So I leave you with this. Before imposing another specialist program that, yes, everyone would absolutely agree is such a value add for our students, especially me, let's focus on what really matters right now. Supporting students with smaller class sizes, locked in aid time, and planning time for our teachers.
Thank you very much,
you.
Sasha. Thank you very much. Did you say there was another Sasha online? Because I don't have a card. Oh, okay, thank you very much. All right, Stephanie Messervy, please. And she'll be followed by Gabby Dominguez.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Meservy. I'm a Tam Valley Elementary school parent and DEI chair at Tam Valley. Thank you, Laura Myers, for that thorough and well thought out presentation on the feasibility of ensuring all Mill Valley School District students receive Spanish as a foreign language. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Anna, Sid, and Hank for being here late into the evening and making these school board meetings possible. You're part of the team that does make that possible, and it does not go unnoticed. So thank you very much for sticking it out with us and making it possible to ensure that our community is able to participate fully. Also, I'd like to say that the opportunity our district has to even explore the possibility of each and every student getting 80 minutes of Spanish per week is one of the most poignant examples of how our students can be put first and how tremendous those offerings for them can be by enrolling in such a well-supported and highly resourced district. Prioritizing this presentation and agenda items shows a genuine commitment to the expressed values of this district and the strategic goals set forth by the school board of promoting balanced learners. Furthermore, in the state of California, with almost 30% of our population speaking Spanish as their primary language, I find it incredibly egocentric that we don't do a better job of prioritizing exposure to Spanish in our public school system. The exposure model presented would achieve two things in our community. It would serve as a direct action, demonstrating our sensitivity and awareness that when we focus solely on English in our schools, we are sending a message that learning other languages is not relevant nor important, and therefore preparing our students for a global perspective is not necessary. And second, we demonstrate that utilizing our great privilege in a highly funded district is not just about perpetuating self-focus and prioritizing one's own success, but also preparing our students to be good stewards of cultural awareness and global citizens of the world who remembers others' worth, value, and make it a priority to learn about other languages, cultures, and backgrounds. With regard to needing additional instructional minutes in the day, in order to offer all students this Spanish exposure program, I agree that when we want more for our students, we need to give more time, more educators, more money. The previous kiddo pilot program was 225 minutes.
Thank you, Stephanie.
You can squeeze that into an existing full day, not 80 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabby. And after Gabby will be Jessica Newman.
Hi, my name is Gabby Dominguez. I'm from Mexico City, and my family and I have been living here since 2012. I'm here tonight to share the importance of learning Spanish at schools. When we moved here in 2012, my son was speaking Spanish and French, and he started learning English from zero. In his year at Strawberry Point, he usually was the bridge with the students and teachers who wanted to say something to kids or parents who never speak Spanish, who didn't speak English. I don't think that I have to explain the many studies that says that learning another language at early age will come naturally. Learning Spanish from K to 8 will help them in high school. My son now, as a freshman, is an AP Spanish, giving him the opportunity to learn other things. We live in a state where all the government's communications is done in 3 main languages because of their population, English, Mandarin, and Spanish. Every day we see more and more brands to make their marketing in Spanish. Through the years, I have been involved in many committees representing the no-English speakers in the district, El CAP, DLAC, and I started the DAI at Detna Strawberry, and then in the district. This year in the California PTA 16th district, we have more participation and involvement from many schools and PTAs because one board member speaks Spanish. So imagine what will do that to our kids in high school and college. In my experience learning 3 languages at school, I can tell you that you can be proficient in between 6 and 8 years. Adding Spanish will bring members of our community together, kids will feel included and seen when they can help peers learn their own language. With that, I can ensure that all work that we have been doing through the years in the DEI committee will be better as we start bringing and including committee. We are a district that have the resources to give our kids the unique opportunity to learn another language. So yes, please, let's vote yes tonight to include Spanish.
Thank you very much. Jessica Newman, are you here? I think not. Okay, we do have someone on Zoom, Apena Omega. Yes, you're, yes. No. Is Penna Omega available? All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Oh, wow, it echoes a lot.
Sorry, we'll work on that. You have 2 minutes.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I just want to let you guys know, I really appreciate how you guys have stayed late and let everybody have a chance to. My perspective on Spanish is a little bit different. I'm first-generation American. My father was born in Baghdad and came here and was so excited to be English. He never taught me his native language of Aramaic. And it has always been a cripple for me because I felt like if I couldn't learn that, then other languages were not available to me. And I knew that he spoke 7 languages because after learning English, he had picked up Italian and French, and all these languages just came much easier for him. And so my son is now at Strawberry Point School, and he had so much fun in kindergarten while he was taking Spanish. And I saw the light in his eyes of understanding a whole other culture that was part of his heritage. And so I really would love to bring that back for all the children. And that's really it. I'm sorry, I don't have any statistics. I just have a heartfelt plea to bring it back for our kids.
All right, and yes, Katie Weber, please come on up. Not forgotten.
Okay, there we go. Okay. First of all, thank you guys for staying and discussing this topic. I know Michelle and we talked last year at the coffee cart, so thank you so much for bringing this to the table. And Natalie, thank you for the email. So good evening. My name is Katie Weber. I have a 2nd grader at Park School. At the moment, as we all know, that we're not currently offering Spanish or any foreign language at our elementary schools. It is important to take action now for our children in offering Spanish across all grades. We should start the planning process now and not wait. I know we talked about this over the years, but I think it's now. We should consider both options of looking at both the extended day and also currently offering within our current curriculum. I know we've talked about how we could look at the minutes and how do we adjust those minutes to account for this, because I think it's very important. As many of you know, there's a petition going around. I looked at the count. We currently are at 735 signatures of parents that really want this. And it's only been, I think, a couple days that this petition's been going around. So I want to read a couple things from that petition of why we should offer it. Knowing a second language ultimately provides a competitive advantage in the workplace by opening up additional job opportunities. Students of foreign languages score statistically higher on standardized tests conducted in English. I know we all talked about being data-driven here, and I think that's a data-driven point that's pretty important to all of us. Graduating high school seniors with 2 or more years of foreign language studies showed significant superiority in performance in achievement tests in English when compared with non-foreign language students. And children who study second language get higher scores on verbal and math sections of standardized tests. So we're just not talking about language, we're talking about math, we're talking about verbal skills. So by offering Spanish in our schools, we're also bringing diversity and equity to all our students. Let us help our students be more successful in life by offering Spanish in our elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. And that concludes our public presentation, public comments, and now we can open this up for board discussion. I do need to clarify these presentations are presentations. There's no board action on this item. However, we can definitely give direction. So I think let's open this up for questions, and then we can have discussion and some board direction. So let's start with questions.
So Kimberly, I have a question for you. What went wrong with the other Spanish program, and why wasn't this brought up when you first started? Because if I look at our strategic plan, global studies was one of the most important things that was brought up in the last strategic plan. And why did it stop? I mean, I understand you didn't create that strategic plan, so I'm not putting it on you. But why wasn't that focus on global studies continue through, I mean, besides COVID, it's over the last 2-3 years?
It was because of COVID. We had to keep our children in single classrooms with the same cohort.
But that didn't happen last 2 years, right? I mean.
Correct.
So
that's why we've brought it back tonight and would be prepared to move forward at this time.
Okay. And my other question is, do you have a curriculum in mind that you like to present to the group? Because our conversation 2 days ago, our district does not have a curriculum.
No, our district believes in the autonomy of our teachers for all subject areas to collectively choose what is best for students.
But we don't have 5 Spanish teachers right now who could choose the
Correct.
program in a thoughtful manner.
We do not have 5 hired Spanish teachers.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, I'll say.
Any other questions?
Questions. I understand the original program. Actually, I understand it to actually not be a pilot. It was supposed to go forward. Sorry, I'm not on. Okay, sorry. The previous program was K, then K1, then it was going to be K1, 2, and et cetera, and you're going to roll it up. So is that an approach as well that we would look at for this? Or, there were good reasons for that, I'm sure.
So it was a pilot to see if that would be successful in the long-range plan, that if it were successful, that then it would roll up through those grades. And so we will do whatever we're directed to do. So if you decide that we should look at 1 grade, then we would do that. If you directed us to look at 6 grades, we would do that. If you directed us to ignore it for now, we would do that.
So Laura, we had this long, lengthy conversation about Spanish, I think a month and a half ago, when I sat down with you, and one of the concern was, that you brought up to me at least, was that by the time kids reach the middle school, you cannot have 5 different curriculum for Spanish when they first reach middle school. So it's a matter of having consistency at that point, and that's where the rollout was an important thing, as opposed to, introducing all grades to Spanish all at once. So, you had to be thoughtful about how we are going to roll it out. What is your thought about this?
Can you clarify your question?
Because when we discussed it, one of the thing was, well, the problem is we cannot have different Spanish curriculum when kids are in middle school. Like, the kids who got it from kindergarten, they'll have, 6 years of exposure. Third graders will have 3 years of exposure, but we cannot, change our Spanish curriculum in middle school to accommodate all that. So that's why we have, the better, well, not a better way, but one of the way that would have made more sense was roll it out grade by grade, or top down or bottom up. Am I reading it correctly, or are you now recommending that we introduce it, all 5 grades all at once? And how is it going to work out in terms of consistency at middle school?
Can I ask, I'm wondering if we're supposed to first give direction on whether we want to go before we're starting to ask about all the details
No,
of.
so we're asking general questions to understand, and then we're gonna provide directions.
No,
So
I guess my point is, like, I don't know that we should be expecting somebody to have a full-blown, like, Spanish curriculum but, like, I think right now is so initial of, like, should we look at, should the district be committing the resources to figure out if they can launch this? So I want to be careful, are we asking for things that are a step down the way? And
Well, if they're offering it in fall, my belief is that we have to have some sort of a plan now because, I like, if we're doing Spanish, I like to do it right. I like to have the full consensus of the new superintendent. I would hate for him to have a different vision when he comes versus he or she or they come. Sorry, my thing. Sorry about that. Late at night. They too. So I would really like to understand the implication of rushing through just to have something in fall versus having a thoughtful program that we design with the new superintendent's input as well as the teachers.
So can you reframe your question for?
Yeah, so from that
Laura?
perspective, we are not in a position to, what is your recommendation at this point? Are you recommending that we start to implement the program next fall? Just try to hire 5 teachers without having any curriculum, not having done any research? Or is it your recommendation just to have a vague direction right now? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I was asked to bring a presentation on the cost and logistics and not a recommendation necessarily.
Okay,
Right.
because
So
we're
there-
discussing
So I think that's
direction.
what so it's cost and logistics. And in that vein, my question, what was the lesson learned from why it was stopped? Because it sounds like it was a program, it was vetted. Can you speak to what the failure was there?
I can come back with more information about that, but I can't.
yeah, I feel like Kimberly
Oh,
just
but-
said that.
No, but can she finish, please? Thank you.
COVID is the short.
Okay, because I did some research, and my understanding, I think it would be helpful to have along this process, again, what didn't work, best practices and so on, is that there was a funding issue, and that it was a kiddo program, as you had mentioned, and then the donor disappeared and it was not picked up. So I don't know if that you have any memory of that, Dr. Rollins, and can speak to that.
I don't have any information on that.
Okay, so
We can say with certainty that it was kiddo funded. How they received those funds would be for them to report, but it was a kiddo funded program. And so the cost analysis that we have is what it would cost for the general fund at this point.
Why didn't we do it with the general fund years ago? If anybody
You guys,
understands.
I don't think that-
10:45.
I
Should we
don't
not be
think that-
focusing on going forward?
I don't think that we have that information,
Okay.
so we would need to do some research. So are there any other questions before we provide some feedback on next steps?
I would like to provide feedback on next steps.
Please do.
I think this is fantastic, and for all the benefits we've already talked about, so don't need to restate. I do think that it seems like it would be a stress point for your team to be able to pull stuff together quickly to try and launch this for this coming year, as well as, seems like it's an open question of, would it make sense to add time to the day? How could we accomplish this? I personally am supportive of adding the time today to make that happen, but I'm sure there are also question marks that come up around TK in kindergarten, since that, you know, we've already seen some pushback around that going into this year. So I think it would be great to maybe get consensus of support, because this aligns directly with the board's vision and the strategic plan for our students to have this. It seems like there are some questions around what would that curriculum look like, how would we bake it in, getting consensus and support. So I would love to see this on a future agenda, but at least be able to move this forward with the intention, hopefully, of launching it for 24, 25.
Would you like to comment?
Yes, I think Spanish is a great idea. I mean, I always wondered why we don't have second language. As little as my son was exposed when he was in kindergarten to Spanish, I was very disappointed it disappeared. Granted, I don't think he learned anything just by that exposure, other than maybe colors or something and a couple of songs, but it was just an exposure. I think exposure is very valuable. But I'm really concerned about providing a quality program. I wish Kimberly was staying, then I'd say, go ahead, let's think about it right now. But we do have new superintendent who needs to provide his own strategic vision. I think our strategic vision expires this year, so we are due for a new one. We are going through the LCAP process. I think people should give a feedback and in the survey and through these town hall meetings about superintendent. It's probably good to have somebody who comes from a really good district with a really robust Spanish program as being one of the qualifications. You know, and also in terms of adding minutes, I firmly believe it's something that needs to be negotiated and done together collectively with the teachers. Especially, you know, is something that needs to be opened up for the next year's negotiation. So I would feel much comfortable that whoever is coming here, and we remember to open up that discussion in fall, not delay it until March, April of this year, and make sure that that's one of the key items that we request from the teachers and negotiate that. So my feeling is, I would be open to providing Spanish as long as this is something that the new superintendent is supportive of and is going to focus on. And as long as we do it thoughtfully with actually a curriculum, try to really recruit the teachers early and have all plans in place before introducing it. So I'd be more inclined to support 2004-25. I don't think we could do it next year.
And
So
I will just quickly say, we get to hire the superintendent, where we can say, this is a priority.
Correct.
And so I think we can help direct that rather than wait to see whether or not it's somebody who.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the qualifications,
And
right?
Laura is staying, I mean, unless, hopefully we're not hearing anything otherwise. So we have consistency. So I just think those are just kind of a little bit of red herrings. And I would rather, as a board, say, like Natalie's saying, do we value Spanish? Do we think that having a foreign language is important? And I know that I absolutely think that it's an incredibly critical part of our curriculum. And what I would like to see is just saying, because this is Laura's area, Laura, if we agreed, Laura, we'd love to see what you can launch and what you think you could, and timing and all of that, and have her be able to know the direction is we want to see Spanish, and dive into what is possible, and not have us sitting here saying, like, I think you could do this grade or that grade or these minutes. Have the direction that this is something as a board we value, and put in her hands how best she thinks it could roll out. And maybe she comes back and says, yeah, it's going to be a 2-year process because really we need to do X, Y, and Z, and she's But I think that's something that I'd like to see in her capable hands, and in our role is just simply saying, we want to see Spanish and we want to see it as soon as you think you can bring together a great program.
Well, I agree with Yoonhee that I would want the new superintendent also to support this, because this was introduced under Paul Johnson. Kiddo funded, I don't know what happened to the funding, we'll have to find out, to be, I do want to know. And then Raquel Rose was here and then Paul left. He introduced this and then he left. And then we had Raquel, and then Kimberly came, and, she inherited something that was that it was part of a strategic plan, but not necessarily hers per se. COVID hit, okay. So we're due for a new strategic plan. We will do that with the new superintendent, and clearly this is a priority amongst our community. It's a priority, so I'd like to see the efforts to introduce the program grow actually out of our strategic plan. So coming from the district office, this is a bigger vision coming from the district office. But, I agree, it absolutely needs to be a cross-collaborative effort. Between our regular teachers and how it works. And, there's also just physical space. There's a lot of caveats to this. But mostly I want to make sure that we have true, cross-stakeholder engagement on this. So we all really support it. We all really get behind it. And then it's successful.
And I concur with all these comments, and as a fluent French speaker, and learned that here in 6th grade, right here in this building, the power of a second language is very clear. And I am interested in making sure that financially, which I think is what our next superintendent needs to drive, is that, along with Dr. Rollins, that this is a program that we can implement and that we have a 3 to 5 year rollout that we can share with the public, so that it's not another, fit and start. So that I want to learn those lessons, and I also know that we're going to have a new superintendent, and our board is to provide accountability and guidance to the superintendent. And so I think you've done amazing work, and thank you so much for all of this background information. I think that will really jumpstart the possibility of this new program being, one that the superintendent can consider. But I also will want the superintendent to make that decision and drive that recommendation, because ultimately it's the superintendent's, it's the superintendent's charge. We can provide some guidance, but there is a lot of nuances to it that you've all expressed. So,
And I'm looking at the costs, and I'm also thinking, well, always like, what is best for students? And what I'm hearing all day, everything is reducing our class size. And there's a budget implication for that. And, then we're kind of looking at these two things very separately, but really there's one source of revenue and there's one general operating budget. So again, a more holistic approach, a better understanding of the finances is needed.
So I think that we have a record of our conversation, and we have a presentation, and I'm hearing consensus that this is.
No, I don't think I would say
Oh,
that.
let me
yeah.
finish it. That the direction that we're saying that we're all in support of this, and we want to see this be a priority, and we want to see it in the hands of our incoming superintendent.
No, I mean, I'm not taking that position. I don't see why, when our instructor of curriculum is here and capable and willing, why we would, and it may be that she comes back and says it's not feasible, but why we are presupposing that decision. And frankly, I guess in my mind, I don't see a scenario of hiring a superintendent who doesn't see the value of foreign language and the benefits of exposing our children to other cultures. So I'm not seeing an issue with alignment. So my view would be to put it in her hands and just say, you let us know what is capable, we support Spanish.
Well, if it means that you have to add 20 minutes against, let's talk about the timing of the negotiation with the teachers. We didn't bring this up. You know, I wish we brought this up. We are in like sixth inning of what I conceive, you know, from the messages I'm getting from the teachers. I don't think the negotiation isn't going as well as we'd hoped. So we are in this, we're going to we're going to tell you to work 20 more minutes. I mean, this is going to have implications. And so I don't feel comfortable, and please, let me speak as a board member. I do not feel comfortable potentially jeopardizing our discussion with the teachers. And anything we introduce to the teachers, it needs to be done in a collaborative manner. I view them as professionals. My child spends more time with the teachers than he does with me. I care very much that our teachers are motivated and that they love to teach my child. And so I'm hoping that, other parents feel the same about our district. And as a board member, I want to ensure we have motivated teachers. So I think this is something we really need to negotiate hard with the teachers union next year. And hopefully we could reach consensus on having 20 extra minutes, because I think it's important to have a good program than just to grasp at something so that our kids could have some exposure.
So we have we don't have consensus, this is for sure, and on the, some specifics. I think we have an agreement that we value Spanish, and that we want this to be pursued. And this is not an action item. So maybe Dr. Berman, you can provide some, a course of next step, because I think there is interest, we've got information, and if we have to go to a vote for some kind of direction, but I don't know that. Help us out here with this next step.
So the board would have the opportunity to ask us to bring back job positions, to post positions, to move forward, or not at this time. So you can say, will we move forward or not? And you can get a thumbs up or thumbs down from the board, just general consensus.
So it sounds like we're not.
I think it's clear.
Consensus to not move forward for this year, but consensus to move forward and to have the conversations and to explore what it's going to take. I don't think anybody has said, let's absolutely bake in the extra minutes, and which doesn't need to be part of negotiation, would probably impact, but nobody's saying it has to take that at this point. It's, yes, we're on board. We would love to see this happen. Let's not kick the can down the road, and let's hold ourselves accountable to the vision that the district has, that we laid out for ourselves, and what we're trying to do for students. And let's own that and help use that to as part of the process when we're asking the superintendent candidates questions about what their values are, to ensure that we're hiring somebody who can help support this important thing that we're trying to move forward, and then they can help execute. And in the meantime, maybe Laura, if you have thoughts about, what might need to happen in order to do that in terms of conversations, buy-in, curriculum. I know we give teachers support and flexibility across the board, but maybe this is an area where we say, let's have a common curriculum, because it's going to best support students to do it in this one area. But, open questions, and, maybe this gives us some time to figure some of this stuff out. But I don't want to pass it down the road and say, let's come back to this later, because that's happened with previous board, and I think we want to own this and be able to hopefully see some change in the not too distant future with adding a great program.
I agree. I think we should own it and not kick it down the road like we are trying to do.
Well, so we need to have perhaps some kind of general motion, it seems to me, because I think we're not settling. I'm not hearing a clear direction, because I think
consensus is we want to hire a superintendent who their values include, and experience include launching or being part of a successful global language program.
Yes.
so that when they come in, they can help in teaming with, with Laura and the teachers to be able to figure out next steps to be able to execute it.
Sorry, so you want to push it down?
I want to push it down for 24, 25.
I mean, it's fine. We don't have consensus. I disagree. I think that we should be pursuing it now because I don't think that that inherently means it may be next year. It may be that it takes a long time, or maybe there's different issues, or all we're doing is trying to look at it. But I think the four of you are on the position of wait till the next superintendent. I mean, it is what it is. We don't have consensus.
So
That happens.
I'll go one step further than Natalie. I'm comfortable making a motion to have it go on record that we should discuss this in fall before we even discuss, to add potentially 20 more minutes to our school hour, and reach an agreement with, and can I please, make sure that people are not being rude and out of line and jeering as I'm making comments, because it's very,
Yeah,
we need to have a civil
I'd
attitude.
actually would like, I'd like to just suggest that we, yeah.
I think we'll have to
Refrain
hold
from
everybody to that
Yeah.
standard
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Fascinating how that wasn't held at all throughout the beginning of the
Continuing
meeting.
with your point.
And so my point is, I think I'd be happy to make a motion to ensure that this is discussed in fall, that we do it right in conjunction with classroom hours and with the new superintendent's blessing, and plan it out right, that we discuss this in September or August.
Okay, so, we're not here to make a vote, but I think that,
I support that idea.
I support the idea.
Yeah.
And that it become, a top line, new program that we discussed with the new superintendent. We've got all kinds of background information, and we can
Yeah.
and do more. And then the superintendent will then take it from there.
Yes.
Are we
Yes.
generally? Okay. I think then there is no further direction at this time that we're providing you on Spanish. And then we will have this in the minutes that we can retain for our superintendent. And thank you, Laura. very
Trustee
much.
Stern-Sitchaj, I just wanted to make a point of protocol for
Please.
the board bylaw 9323. I'll just read this. The board believes that late-night meetings deter public participation, can affect board's decision-making ability, and can burden to staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned at 10:30 PM unless extended to a specific time. So we did not indicate a specific time that needs to be determined by the majority of the board. So we do need to, we're beyond 10:30.
Correct.
And so we do need to specify the time in alignment with this board bylaw.
Thank you.
The
It's
meeting shall be extended no more than once.
Hold on, let's hear her.
And subsequently may be adjourned to a later date.
Yes. Okay, so thank you for identifying the nuance of that bylaw. And so let's take a look at what's left on the agenda and evaluate first I think we need to ask, is there anything absolutely that we must address tonight?
Yes, the second interim must be approved and addressed for submission to the Marin County Office of Education.
Okay.
And that, I'm sorry to interrupt, just for clarification, that's item L1.
L1. And how much time for your presentation?
I can be very brief.
Okay, so we must have that item. Are there other items that board members feel that we must cover tonight?
I have another future agenda item. Can I bring that up, or?
Well, in other words, we can do future agenda items. And I do want to honor superintendent's report if there's anything very timely. Okay. And board reports, we can wait till the following month. Okay. So then, It's 11:03. I want
I
to,
mean, you guys, people work tomorrow. This is ridiculous. I
No,
think we need to
well-
just do the 10, I mean, we shouldn't add, I mean, I have future board agenda items too, but like, we need to just move this along.
so my point is, we must listen
Yeah.
to Michelle, and so we need to pick a time and stick to it. So, and we can discuss.
Would you like a motion for that?
I don't think we need a motion.
Do we need a
What time-
motion to end, to
We need
extend?
to pick a new time and collectively vote.
Okay.
To agree to that?
I
Okay,
move
so
to
what-
end at
By the
11:10.
majority of the board.
And so how much time
11:10,
will you
oh.
need?
I can do it in 8 minutes.
Okay,
11:15.
11:15.
So 8, no, I think, but if we are going to have future board
That's
agenda
what I was saying.
items,
I don't think we
then
should.
it should be 11.
no. I could say it real-
11:20. It should be
I could take
11:20.
it very quick.
Yeah,
like
it's
very,
11.
very
We're
quick.
wasting
So
minutes. I
what
move that
about
we
11:20?
extend the meeting to 11:18.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, please.
Okay, so I believe that we would need a motion to move to L1. Is that correct, Anna?
I move that we move straight to L1 and that we move K to a future April board meeting. Does that work?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great, so moving on to L1, thank you so much. This is our second interim and budget revision. The budget revision is for the current fiscal year for any changes since the first interim that have occurred since October 31st, 2022, through the second interim reporting period, which is January 31st, 2023. So the second interim is required to be submitted to the Marin County Office of Education through what's called the SACS reporting, which is Standardized Account Code Structure. This is a uniform reporting that is throughout the state, and so when you look at any public school, you can do comparisons of their reporting as well. In addition to your packet, you have the Marin Common Message. This is a common message that's sent out to all Marin County school districts, and I'm sharing it, but also keep in mind that many of the aspects of the Marin Common Message are specific to what's called locally funded districts as opposed to our district as a community-funded district. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at the cost of living allocation. That's not something that our district relies on. We rely solely on our local property taxes and assessed valuation. So let's move to the next slide. And so the next slide is a comparison of our first interim and second interim and the difference, and this is showing our general fund revenues combined, both unrestricted and restricted. So there are minimal changes with the exception of state funds, which include the block grant that Laura is going to bring back at a future board meeting. And then also the aspect of donations, which include choral as well as PTA. And then you'll see on the next slide the associated expenses. And so with certificated salaries, we have provided the detail within the board agenda packet, but that is an increase of $485,720. Classified salaries, also an increase of just over $203,000. And then also associated benefits, we see negative $95,000 based on our projected actuals. And then books and supplies, again, this is associated with the block grant. And so that will be coming back. We are seeing, I think everybody in their home budgets as well are seeing increases in utilities. And we also have some associated technology costs. And then when the donations are posted for choral on the revenue side, they're also posted on the expense side. And then we also have the increase in our playground equipment of $53,409. Then moving to the next one, we have, actually, we're on the multi-year projections. Here we go. So our multi-year projections, we want to show our beginning fund balance for the current year and subsequent 2 years, noting, as Trustee Yu had mentioned, that the first year does have our restricted carryover, and so that's a restricted carryover balance that you do not see in the subsequent 2 years. And then our projected ending fund balance, and we do meet the criteria for the 3% economic uncertainty. I will make note that last year with our unaudited actuals that the board saw in September 22 and the audit report that was provided to the board in January 2023 does show that the district did dip into its reserves last year for the first time since 2011-12. So I did want to make note of that because I think that there's been question as to whether or not we've ever dipped into our reserve in recent years. So last year, we did dip into our reserve by about $1 million. And then we are recommending that this be a positive certification for the district, and we would submit this to the Marin County Office of Education, which shows that we will meet our financial obligations for the current year and subsequent 2 years. And then looking ahead, as mentioned previously, we will be bringing forward, Laura Myers will be bringing forward a proposal that does require board approval, which is the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. Not to be confused with the state's Prop 28 Art and Music's Guarantee Grant. So very similar names, but two very different programs and requirements. Prop 28 was passed by voters in November 2022, and it annually allocates 1% of K-12 Proposition 98 funding, and it does provide specific details on art and music expenses that need to be spent by the district. We are waiting for additional information from the Marin County Office of Education and the California Department of Education, CDE, in terms of outlining how those funds should be delineated, because there is information specific to supplanting versus supplementing. And with that, I am happy to go over in detail any of the attachments, but there are 4 attachments in the board agenda packet that have been available to the public.
I will call you to make an appointment to go over them.
I
Yeah.
move to recommend a positive recommendation.
Yes, I do too.
Do we, and you were asking for that?
Yes, I'm asking for approval by the board for the budget revision as well as the second interim.
So, I'll second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay.
That was
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now let's move to N, future board agenda items. Are there any future board agenda items?
I'd like to understand a little bit about disabled, moderately to severely disabled students that were discussed here, and how the Marin County deals with it, and how we could do better to make sure that these kids could continue to go to the same school. I mean, I have a nephew who is severely autistic, and he's got mental disability. And in Germany, he's lucky to be able to continue the same school. And I wasn't aware that it is such a severe problem in our own district. So I'd like to get a little bit of understanding about what MCOE does and how these programs work and why these students were not able to get continued service.
Well, I think their point was that they're asking for a site here at the middle school.
Yeah.
So they were asking specifically for something new, to be part of our district. So
I just want to understand, first of all, how these programs work with MCOE and how they get selected and why these programs move in and out. So this may not be appropriate for the board.
Right.
But also another issue was these students are now counted as part of being Mill Valley School District, so they don't even get the T-shirt. So I don't understand this issue very well, and I would like to be better educated about it and see if there's anything we can do, and I don't know what is the best venue for me to get, for us to get a better understanding.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
But there is a special education update scheduled for April.
Oh, that's
Okay,
right.
good.
Yeah,
So that's
okay.
good.
Right.
We'll just ask-
Further
we'll
questions
ask
at that time.
Erin.
Yeah, that was good.
And if we needed more information at that time, we could possibly ask for email or a presentation. I myself want to learn more about the concerns and was not aware of it, and so, and also their requests and what might be the pros and cons of that. So
Yeah.
it sounds like then, you're not providing a motion, so to have that on an agenda item, but
Okay.
it's good we got to discuss it.
And then can I present a motion to discuss this Spanish along with extended hours for next year, or is it not done until next year?
No, so I mean, we-
Future board item.
Future board chair,
Yeah, we gave direction and focus, and
Okay.
we can deal with that next
All
year.
right, thanks.
So, I think it is time to adjourn this meeting at 11:13, with a minute to spare.
Thank you.